We are all of the live.
I'm alive.
Not for long.
Not for long. Goodbye. Say your prayers, Ben.
You have the map
Sayonara.
pulled up, Taylor, on your
I
screen.
do.
guess I can check. All right.
You can check. Yeah, I do.
Mm.
I've actually had Streamlabs going in the background for most of this, and just been like making sure everything seems to be capturing right, game audio is working, and all of that stuff. I actually did prep work. It does happen. I don't just jump into every stream chaos-wise.
Ho, ho, ho.
Magic. Anyway, I'm gonna do a little bit of an introduction here. Gray can feel free to do his same here, but for his stream, we are playing Call of Cthulhu 7th Edition with some homebrew rules, otherwise known, as I've mentioned before, rules that I can't be bothered to learn. I am going to be GMing. I am going to be following the rulebook as close as possible. I will be making some calls that aren't necessarily rulebook wise, for either sake of stream simplicity or just keeping the flow of things or just whatever. This is 7th edition, which is the most recent one, I believe, unless they've snuck something out past me without me knowing. And it will be set in a home campaign. It is not set in Lovecraft's world lore. It will be a home setting. I think that's enough pre-context for the stream right now.
Well, one more thing. So
One more
I
thing.
will be monitoring
Oh, yes.
Tadafi's chat infrequently throughout. So if we get chatters, or I don't know if anyone's watching or not, but I'll be monitoring that chat on Tadafi's channel. Yeah. I think you should dive into your world intro.
I probably will. And
with
just
your
kind of going along with this, I will not be as responsive to chat as normal. We will be taking a break halfway through to talk to chat and all that kind of stuff. But still message chat to each other, use commands, whatever. I still love all of you, and I'm sure for Gray's stream he does the same. Okay.
Indeed. I'm going to be talking I'm spilling all of the tea in the chat. I want you to know. Talking horrible, nasty things behind your back.
back in junior high, he ate a whole chocolate cake and he didn't share one slice.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. That's true. I need to share complete baseless lies.
It's not true. I don't like chocolate cake.
This is where Taylor murdered somebody and buried their corpse. Go check it out.
Okay, so.
Oh, one more thing.
Yes.
So I am a co-GM. I have a partial NPC player character that may or may not always be with the group.
She may play other characters. If
and
you ever,
I'm not privy to everything, but I do know some things about other NPC characters.
Correct. And if you've ever played a session where the GM has a GM character, which I know is a thing, I don't have a GM character. That is her job, more or less. She is the GM NPC. So, there is that. All right. To dive into backstory. The year is 1843. You are all residents of the city of New London. Residents within the broadest sense. Some of you may travel or whatnot. But you've all been to the city of New London. You might call it home to an extent. New London is a large city in what is usually referred to as the New World, back in the colonial days of England. It's a large city, as I've said a couple times, full of all manner of technological prowess. It was considered the jewel of the West. It's the birth of the steam walkers, used to hold one of the most well-defended ports ever known. It's a city of highs and lows, wealthy and poor, and about members from all walks of society. The group of you, all for various reasons, have been invited to the manor of a rather eclectic lord, known as Lord Fenric Greybow. Lord Fenric Greybow is, by all accounts of purposes, one of the most well-known Lords of Parliament in the city. For a while, he was even set up to be the new Arch-Chancellor, the next in line to the most powerful political position in New London, and by extension, one of the more powerful political positions in the world. However, about a decade ago, he started to kind of dwindle from the public sight, making less and less appearances, and the appearances he did make were a little bit more strange. about a little over 5 years ago, he more or less completely vanished from public sight. Everyone was vaguely aware he was probably still around. There wasn't any rumor of his disappearance or death, but there was no public presence for him. Seemingly out of the blue, invites were sent to various people he'd had connections with previously, including all of your characters, inviting you to his manor. Gossip had spread through the city, and all of you had arrived at the manor, because an invitation from Lord Greyborough is one you just don't refuse. He is still, even with his kind of more or less disappearing, one of the most powerful members of the city. We start our session as you enter the foyer of his manor, which I'm switching you over to now on Roll20. You should be able to see it.
I mostly see black.
You mostly see black. You might have to scroll. You should see a section that is revealed. We do have Fog of War on.
If
There
you
we go.
zoom out all the way, you will notice the one room. Again, the foyer you're in is about maybe a 1/30th of the manor. It's very massive as you approach.
And for scale, each square is about a foot and a half. So,
Gotcha.
given that 2 squares is about a yard. The way Call of Cthulhu counts distance is different than most TRPGs, so that's kind of what we're going off. It made the most sense when it comes to mechanics.
That scale might change on future maps, however.
Yes, this is for this map alone.
Actually, I think it's all the maps of tonight, right?
Yes, there's potentially up to 2 maps tonight. We'll see. The 3 of you are in a room, along with a clear butler standing kind of in front of the door. Butler Theo, you can kind of see him right here, although you probably wouldn't know for his name, and another man who seems to have arrived about the same time as you. Kind of the group of people who've kind of staggered in a little bit, kind of meandering on your own way. And I'd like to take a second for each of you to describe your character. Starting with, I'm going to kind of go left to right along the bottom here, so starting with Vivorian.
All right, so my character is blonde with green eyes, and kind of has a cynical look on her face. I don't know if you guys should I introduce career?
Describe physically.
I did.
Like a physical.
Okay.
That's your physical description. Okay. You can get as detailed as simple as you want, because this is what they'd be able to see. Go on, Ben.
You see a man of slightly above average height. He's got caramel colored hair and facial hair as well. He's got bright brown eyes, and he's built. He's a quite broad, quite built, very built man. He's wearing a military uniform, and it has the flag of Tasmania. It's got the sign of New London up in the corner and a small lion on it. Yeah, that's what you see in front, standing there.
Okay. And Gray.
Smokestack is the kind of person you would not expect to find here at all. In fact, it almost looks like somebody had taken him out of the back of a cop walker and placed him right here in the foyer in front of you. He, despite this, doesn't seem to feel or look out of place. His raw charisma just sort of carrying him on through. He's almost a head taller than anyone he's ever personally met, and wears a coat that has been hacked together from the remains of several other leather coats. Around him and on him are the various trappings that would mark him as a rat catcher. Various little boxes of poison, a knife, some stubby candles here or there in a box or in a pocket. The smell that follows him pervasively is mint, a common use among the rat catchers to kill their scent so that they, don't smell nasty things when they're in the sewers. Having said that, he also just generally looks a little dangerous. If you were to describe somebody who looks like a knife, you would describe Smokestack.
Okay. Now, as the the group of you have kind of entered into this foyer. It is a very grand foyer. The man, and you were all aware of this beforehand, but Lord Fenric is made of money. He was born into it, his businesses went well, and he had the political power to back it up. The manor is illustrious. Tall ceilings, marble floors, pillars, carvings, paintings, all sorts of tapestries adorning the walls. There was no expenses spared when it came to furnishing this place. And as you kind of all sit there, having kind of meandered into the foyer, already standing there looking slightly annoyed, as if this is a waste of his time, but not quite knowing what it is he exactly wants to do, is an old man with a clear military haircut, the well trimmed haircut and a chiseled jaw, a bit of an older gentleman. There's the age of experience in his eyes, who currently sits there, arms crossed, leaned against one of the columns in the main room, not kind of looking towards the floor, just disgruntled, not really addressing, a very kind of closed off personality. In stark contrast to this gentleman leaning against the pillar is a butler in a very nice outfit. The perfect little tailored tuxedo, well groomed, well kept, got a slight towel covering over the arm. And the moment the group of you kind of arrive into the room, the butler kind of quickly perks up a little bit. He gets that, a little bit fake general warm hospitality look that kind of crosses over his face, but he's clearly someone who's been doing this for a while. Ah, good morning. Or afternoon, I should say. Sorry, I do apologize. I've been a little bit flummoxed with everything we've been having going on. Can I get your names for the guest list real quick?
Right, you sure can, mate. My name's Captain Bellamy Jack.
Oh, Captain Bellamy Jack. You served with Master Fenric in the Navy, was it not?
Oh yeah, I ran into that bloke a few times. Yeah, I know him.
Ah, perfect. And you are, he kind of turns and looks towards Estella. You are?
Stella.
Estella! Oh, where are my manners? I am Theo. I am the butler to make sure that everyone on the guest list is present and to make sure that we don't have any unwanted guests. Um, if you don't mind me asking, Estella, I think if I do remember, you're a business associate, correct?
Yes.
Perfect. And this last one, I'm afraid I don't recognize you at all, sir. He kind of says, turning.
Oh, yeah, you probably wouldn't. Nice to meet you. My name's Smokestack. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm here on behalf of the PAP. You'll know him by this. And Smokestack at this point draws a handwritten letter and presents it to the butler from his PAP. Those of you who look as he reaches through his coat realize that he has a bunch of different occult symbols just sort of hanging on the inside of his coats, uh, either side, lining either side of his coat.
Oh, he says, kind of looking over the letter. Ah, so you are here on behalf of PAP, then?
Aye, that's right.
Oh, wonderful. That should do just fine. That shouldn't cause any complications. He kind of tucks the letter up and tucks it into his tuxedo suit. All
Uh,
right.
After he hands over the letter, I see the inside of his coat. I'm gonna lean down to Stella and whisper, "Oh, watch out for that one, little miss. Seems like one of them little witch doctor fellows."
I give Evan a nod.
Oh,
Mm.
well, Theo says, kind of looking over. You are actually the last of the guests to arrive. This is quite wonderful. Um, I do want to inform you that Master Fenric is currently up in his room and has been running a little bit late. You are free to wander around the manor as you do see fit. Go mingle with the other guests and to find out what's going on. He should be down rather shortly. This is quite a pretty straightforward evening, and he does apologize. At this point in time, he is cut off immediately by the sound of just a guttural scream emanating from somewhere in the manor. And kind of pauses and looks around. Oh my! He kind of just sits back. You can see the man who's kind of been silently sitting in the corner perks up a little bit too, as the scream is kind of let out throughout the manor, and the group of you sit that way.
Well, what's all this then?
Kind of standing there a little bit stunned. You're all currently sitting in the foyer. Theo's clearly dazed, doesn't quite know what to do. But you're kind of sitting in the foyer. There's a door at one end and the door you came through behind you. There's only one way to go. You kind of see this on the map
All
a
right.
little bit too.
I want to see the action. Bellamy's gonna start moving forward.
Yeah.
Okay. As you push through the door into the next little room, you find yourself it's a pretty straightforward little hallway. Um, as you can see, it's just a minor little hallway. There's stairs immediately to the right and the other door. The scream just kind of starts to reach that end point. It was a very long held scream. And kind of as you burst through this room to kind of see where it's coming from, it's clear you can kind of hear it echoing down from the stairs without much effort.
All right. Bellamy will start heading down the stairs.
Was it down or up? Tay?
It is up.
Oh, up the stairs. Pardon me.
Okay.
Hi, mate. Smokestack's gonna stop by the butler real quick. Wouldn't be too undo to go investigate that, would it?
Wait, are you asking? Oh, sorry about that. Repeat.
Smokestack is asking Theo if he's got permission to go investigate upstairs.
Oh, yes, please, right away, sir, he says, gesturing towards the stairs, kind of sitting there a little bit stunned. It is worth noting that the hereto silent man does follow behind.
So which NPCs?
The Theo states.
Okay, Cannon comes then.
As you go up the stairs to the first flight, you kind of enter a very narrow room with a bit of a hallway. Oh, let me position this. It kind of juts straight out, and then there's a door to the left and the right. Hanley, without saying much of another word, seeming to fairly know the area, immediately opens the door to the left. Kind of continues in.
I want to go get a little peek in there.
Yeah, I
Okay.
follow behind as well.
Smokestack's gonna check out this door.
Okay. We'll kind of start a little bit here. As you all burst into this room behind a Hanley, you clearly find yourself sitting in an office. There's strewn paperwork, there's bookshelves, library. He has a desk that is got his back to a large, beautiful window that overlooks the woods that kind of surround the cottage. It's a very beautiful office. Again, mahogany desks, perfectly carved. Everything screams money. On the other hand, Smokestack opens the other door, revealing what appears to be a supply closet full of filing cabinets and other various assortments, probably tied to the office. This is clearly his personal study space. These are pretty well within hearing distance of each other still. There is also a single spiral staircase in the office that does continue up one more floor.
I'll probably follow Cannon up it.
Cannon, who's kind of beelining it up towards those stairs, sounds like we have Estella following. Anyone else
Bellamy
follow?
as well.
Bellamy as well.
Smokestack will do so, but he's at a bit of a distance because he was a little bit behind.
Okay. The moment that you get up top, you burst into what seems to be. It's clearly his bedroom. There's a large bed at one end. There's a door off to the side that's probably some kind of closet or bathroom. And just kind of everything you'd expect to be in a bedroom. Wardrobes, etc. The biggest, most shocking thing, though, is right on the center of the floor, there is the mutilated corpse of Lord Fenric Greybro. You can still recognize who it is, but the strangest thing is in the way that he's splayed out. You can see strange runic markings and a circle made of both chalkline and what appears to be blood surrounding him, as he's splayed out across the floor in what appears to be, to anyone's knowledge, some kind of ritualistic killing. I am going to say, given all of your characters' backstories, there's not going to be a sanity check here. Y'all have seen worse in your various times and explorations. But this is clearly dead in the center of the floor. Lord Fenric Greybow.
Well,
Okay.
that guy's dead.
What a
Is that,
grisly scene.
Okay.
Indeed. Was that Fenric?
Was that
'Cause
It's-
Yeah. Yeah, I recognize poor old Fenric.
he's got an interesting colour for his liver. It's a pretty rare liver colour.
Oh, he did like his drink. He is a bit of a drinker.
Yeah, it shows. That shows.
Okay, I had a question. Sorry, she's being loud. How long has he been dead? Has he
I
been dead a long time?
Yeah, I can see your messages in the chat. By the way, it does actually ping me, so I did see that. I was going to address it
Okay.
as you, um, as you kind of sit there and you kind of approach it while you're having this conversation. Hanley has immediately pulled out a kind of what appears to be a first aid kit of some kind. And kind of start to look at the body, immediately kind of touching it, seeing what's going on.
He pulls out a first aid kit.
Yeah.
Smokestack's like, mate, I don't think unless you're a miracle worker.
I can't say that I'm much of a miracle worker, but I can at least hope to figure out how long he's been this way.
He's a necromancer.
Well, assuming the scream wasn't him on account of the fact that he's been cut open probably for a while now,
Yes.
probably figure out where that scream came from.
Yeah, thinking back, can I discern any like details about the scream? Did it sound feminine or masculine or?
Ooh, I'm going to have you roll a listen check.
Yeah, okay.
So
Let's see, what's my listen skill?
while he's rolling that, for those of you who are new to Call of Cthulhu, this is a D100 system. So basically, he will have a percentage in his listen skill that's a number, say like 40, 50, 70, and he rolls a D100 dice with the goal to roll lower than that check.
All right. Here's the thing. I don't have any. I don't know what dice system we were intending to have set
Oh,
up
you don't have your dice with
so
you?
far. I can roll my physical. What I mean is, I can roll dice. I just did you want me to roll them in a chat or something?
No,
or...
no. We're just doing
Totally
physical
up to you.
dice.
Totally
All
up
right.
to you.
Totally up to you. You want to use
Okay,
your physical
okay.
dice?
There's a way to do it in the chat, but
I'll be using my dicey boys as I scatter them across the floor.
I got my little choking hazard dice.
I'll flex my fact that I think I'm the only one who has this style of D100. Oop, where's my camera?
That is
myself
a flex.
Crystal style.
Got myself a quaint little 87 out of
87.
my listen skill of 20.
You have no idea. There was a scream.
It was too echoey. I just
It,
can't
it
tell.
might have been an opera singer with an
Can I-
87.
Can I can I try that? Because I actually have a 60 in listen.
I will allow that. I will allow all of you to do a listen check.
Discern where the location was.
I will allow you to. Normally, by the way, when there is a scream, I would prefer for this to be done. It's been a while since we've all played Call of Cthulhu, so I'm going to be a little bit more lenient. Normally, we do this when the scream was happening, but we're okay to do it right now.
49.
I don't have a listen skill.
Okay.
So I passed my listen skill.
What exactly was it you were trying to discern?
I'm gonna assume at the moment when Smokestack heard it, he was trying to determine where it was coming from.
Okay. You heard a distinctly, you would probably guess masculine voice from upstairs. It was pretty straightforward up. Where you are in this room right now is exactly where the scream came from. It came from this room, and it was clearly a masculine scream.
All right. Smokestack's gonna this over. How do I ping? Hold on. There's like a ping button, isn't there?
Hold down your should be
There we go. So
Okay.
this
Yeah.
right here, what's this?
That's a window.
Okay, cool. In which case, Smokestack's gonna open this door and look in here.
Okay. As you step into that room, it is a pretty standard looking closet. There is a wardrobe on the back wall, kind of pushed up flush against it, and another door off to the left. The only thing that's in here is the wardrobe and several boxes.
Okay. Do the boxes look like they'd be big enough for somebody to hide in, realistically?
No, they're like they're like kind of like just like little stacked, fairly small, maybe at most a foot by 2 foot box.
In which case, Smokestack's gonna open the final door.
It is the bathroom with nothing in it, just a standard bathroom. There's a shower, which does, again, showing off that little bit of wealth that he does have. Shower, toilet, sink, all very well done. perfectly clean, no sign of anything else.
Smokestack's going to resist the urge to use the bathroom,
Okay.
just because it's really nice. Not because he actually has to use the bathroom. He's going to come back out and pulling out a couple of different amulets and hanging them on different parts of his coat. He's going to brush himself off twice, turn in a circle, and draw a cross on himself and say, "All right, man is haunted."
That is okay. Okay. As everyone else, does anyone else do anything at this exact moment in the room?
I'm so we've determined that Lord Fenric's been dead for a little bit and that the scream
Yeah.
didn't come from him.
He's clearly been the amount of time that the amount of damage done does not fit the time frame in which he's been dead.
Mm-hmm.
Even an untrained professional would notice that.
Does
I
he
think-
have rigor mortis?
No,
Okay.
he's not stiff. Your character would pick
I-
the picking the foot and dropping it. Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
I would like to see if I can determine if he somehow did this to himself, or if what implements may have been used to eviscerate him in such a way.
Okay, so you were looking at him. You were actually looking over him too with the well, you can see his name. He hasn't said his name, but with Cannon, who's currently
Mhm.
looking over the body too. You are specifically checking to see what kind of weapons were used.
Yeah, what implements could have done this to him, and if possible, did he do it to himself?
Okay. Um, that is going to be a medicine check, I'm going to say.
Medicine, you say?
Unless you
All
can
right.
make a case for a different skill.
The only other thought I would have had is first aid for like a field trauma determining the kind of thing, but as
For
you say, that's
yeah. First aid is more you know how to stop someone from
somewhat
bleeding and dying.
medicine is more closely related to surgeries and such.
Surgeries, treatment, what exactly happened, medical knowledge.
Gotcha. Just a moment.
First
So we'll
aid would
know.
have been good a couple days ago.
That is a 37 out of a 16 medicine.
Ah. So yeah, you kind of take a look over the body. There's a lot of damage done. You can't really make a call either way. You can
Mhm.
tell that it mostly seems to be like even at a passing glance, they're very clean cuts, but there's just not a lot of detail you can pick up before that. There was clearly done with kind of intent and force.
Okay. Right. Oh,
But
also real quick, I know just meta stuff. For when you use skills, there's a little box here on the side for checking them. Is that anytime you use a skill, you
it's
put check out, or is it when you succeed?
when you succeed at using a skill.
Okay, good. Couldn't remember.
And that's the experience system for anyone who's new to Call of Cthulhu. Every time you succeed at using a skill, you put a little check mark in it, and at the end of the session, you can basically roll for a chance to improve that skill. And that's how leveling up kind of works in Call of Cthulhu rather than experience. You get better at what you use. One of the reasons why I love it. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
So Smokestack's going to go check out the window and see if there's anybody just like hanging outside of the window.
okay. As Smokesick walks towards the what appears to be empty window, Cannon kind of speaks up, letting out a bit of a sigh first. I looked it up and down. These do mostly seem to be knife wounds, clearly done with intent. It's a little bit strange, though. The body's been dead, by some signs, as many as 4 or 5 days, I would take a guess, but there's been no rigor mortis that set in, which usually would have taken place by now. It's, well, body-wise, it's completely dry, as it were. May have well have been preserved almost.
That's
I
odd.
never seen anything like it, and I've been a
Looks
medical
like
doctor for many years.
Must be some kind of witchy works. Look at all these circles drawn beneath him.
I'm afraid I'm
Well,
no
I
help
should-
there.
Well, I will be, but I'm not looking at that yet. I was waiting to see if any of you guys were going to keel over and die from looking at him first. Sort of a canary in the coal mine situation.
Now I'll make a
But,
bad canary. I'm too damn tough.
That's fair.
Cannon kind of looks at the two of you and kind of takes a step away from the body, a bit clearly nervous. He seems to like Bellamy is a chaos that he understands, but Smokestack isn't. Smokestack is something new.
He's not wearing a fancy war uniform. Where's not good.
Oh no. Yeah. So Smokestack is going to check if there's somebody just like hanging out of the window who could have screamed. If not, he's gonna actually examine the like runic circles.
Okay. Okay. So you're looking for the runic circles, you said?
Well, I'm gonna check out the window to see if there's anybody just like any sign of somebody who jumped out of the window recently or is just like hanging beneath the window or something dramatically. Um, if not, then he's gonna look at the circle.
Okay. Give me first off, the window is clearly empty. It's like a solid window that no one can get out to. Also, to address something in the chat real quick, someone who remain unnamed whispered me something, and I may have
Okay.
accidentally messaged them publicly because it turns out it doesn't tell you when it's been a whisper.
I see. I was wondering about that.
I wasn't gonna bring it up.
So I had no idea. So whoever that was for can roll spot hidden, and it doesn't have to be in the open.
Definitely not Bellamy Jack.
Either way.
Just
So
typing 20 into the chat.
okay. Either way. Um as you kind of like the window is pretty much a clear dead lead. There's no way to open it. It's just a solid single pane window that's kind of faced into place. And as you kind of then turn away from the window to study the occult markings itself, roll me an occult check, your occult knowledge.
All right, got a 65, so let's hope for something good, huh? Oh. Okay. Hold on. Let me re-roll that because I lost the die. I'm not. I gotta do this legit. Okay, here we go. 40.
40. What is that to your skill?
That is a regular success.
Regular success. Okay. You take a look at the markings. Now, your character has always studied occult as a bit of a pastime, but also as a way to help survive in the pipes, being that they are a very dangerous place and a place that there's a lot of things you know better not to poke. These markings that you kind of see put around him, they bear the very unique aspect of not being anything you actually recognize. And I'm not going to say that as in the term that they seem new or strange, rather, they seem random. There's not power behind them, which stands in stark contrast to the clearly eviscerated corpse.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna make the official assessment here as the resident spook, as it were. There's somebody trying to frame it as being something spooky, because these markings don't mean spit. These don't mean nothing. Somebody's just having fun with some chalk and salt.
All right.
Yeah, you
To
can
what
tell
aim?
because they're all up. I have no idea, trying to make it look like something occult maybe. But as you can see, the salt's like piled up in places where if it was an actual ritual, they'd have it all nice and clean like. The chalk especially is not very symmetrical and nothing. Anytime you're doing a ritual like this, you have to have the chalk lines exact and precise in geometric patterns. This is just nonsense.
So someone's doing it for fear.
Yeah, that'd be my guess. Just somebody who doesn't really know what they're doing, trying to make it look like something else.
Cannon kind of chimes up from the back. So if someone's trying to frame this as a bit of something worth looking into being afraid of, it means there's going to be someone here, right?
Well, I mean, somebody definitely screamed.
The
Oh yeah.
question's who?
Maybe we should go see who screamed.
Did you find anything when you were poking around in the back rooms there?
Nah, just some boxes in the bathroom. That's quite quite cushy. I guess I didn't really check the pipes, see if they was big enough to crawl through, but unless somebody broke open the toilet, I don't think that's a real practical option, especially up here on the second story.
Right. I think it might be best for me if I can do a bit more of a full autopsy on him. It's a bit of a unique situation. I might be able to find out a little bit more if I dig in a bit more. I do work best alone, though, and especially being that it will be a while before we could get any kind of police detectives here, it might be best if we start to look around the manor. Someone screams someone's in danger, and old manors like this often have hidden passageways. Who knows where something could have gone?
Yeah, all
Well,
right.
I'd rather not
I'm
be
gonna go
dragging
check
this.
the bookshelves.
I'd rather not be dragging this body through the house. I'd rather not create too much of a stir, so I'm going to be working on it up here, just to
Well,
let you know.
you probably would want to keep it here for detective's sake.
That's true.
Smokestack heads down the stairs and shouts back, "If you get brutally murdered, be sure to scream."
Okay, Smokestack seems to be heading back down the stairs behind.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Hey, Kyle. Sorry, Taylor. Could you remind me the difference between psychology and psychoanalysis?
Yes.
Oh, I know.
Would you like to go for it? We'll let Favorian go for it.
Sure. Okay, I'm more familiar with psychology. So psychology is reading other people, versus psychoanalysis is kind of reading yourself. One example you can use psychoanalysis in Call of Cthulhu is if you are insane for a time, you can roll a successful analysis check to kind of come out of that haze.
Okay.
Okay.
I would like to use.
To be
Go
more
ahead.
specific, by the way, psychology is reading people, perfectly as she stated. Psychoanalysis is medicine for mental health.
Gotcha.
A
So-
psychiatrist would take psychoanalysis.
Yes, it's what's wrong with this person? How do I help them? Whether it's self-reflective, whether it's reflective on others as well. It is treating people who are losing their mind, panicked, that kind of thing.
Well, I would like to do a little psychology check on our friend Hanley Cannon, because
Seems a bit dodgy.
there's a few little factors that are suspicious to dear old Bellamy here.
Okay, give me a psychology check.
Oh boy, that there's a 12 out of psychology of 40. So that's
Oh,
what an
it's a
additional
hard.
degree of success, a hard success.
Hard success. Hard is half. Extreme
Yeah,
is a fifth. Critical success is a
is
1.
a 1. Okay, that's a hard success right there, my friend.
And a 100 is a fumble, unless you needed to make a threshold that was lower than 50. Then it's 96 to 100 is a fumble. So if you needed to roll a 48 and you rolled a 96, that would be a fumble or a critical failure.
Okay.
The harder the
Alright.
task, it kind of increases that fumble window.
Gotcha.
So yes. The other thing that I'm using in this session, which is per the rulebook that I haven't used before, are bonus die and penalty die. This is when you are doing certain situations where basically you'd be working at a penalty or at a bonus, meaning it is very difficult to do. It's not that it's just a harder skill check, there is something preventing it. What happens is you roll the d10s, so the 10, 20, 30, 40, you roll that dice twice and take the lower. Or a bonus, roll it twice and take the higher.
Okay.
Which mostly has to do with like if you try to wrestle something 3 times your size, stuff like that.
Mm.
It's more for combat, but it can be used outside of combat. Anyway, but you rolled a hard success. As you study Hanley Cannon, there's a few things you realize. One, he is a medical doctor. He carries himself too, but he also carries himself like anyone who has served in the army. He has that certain level of precision, that certain level of, you can tell he's been disciplined and you can tell he's seen a lot of things. What's more important is what he is hiding, though. And what he is hiding is a deep connection and frustration that Lord Fenric Greybow is dead. They were, to some degree, close. Friends, probably. Or, given what you know about Lord Fenric's past, there's a very highly likely chance Hanley Cannon was probably his doctor, or his at the very at the very least, he knew something about his medical past. It's the look of a doctor who's lost another patient,
Okay.
which is why he was a little bit dodgy too. This is
He's got personal interests and investments.
yes,
All right. Because one of my big concerns was he ran straight here. There wasn't a lot of faffing about trying to like, oh, did the voice come from over here, over here? Just straight to
no,
this room. Can
it
be written off now as concern for his friend.
yes, very much. Probably was aware. Probably why he was waiting in the foyer even is because he was
Mhm.
waiting for him to come down as old friends.
Gotcha, gotcha. All right, I know Hanley Cannon a little bit better, and I feel a little bit better about All right, have fun, and I'll head down the stairs to where the others are.
Okay. All right. So, Smokestack had already taken off. So, kind of Smokestack's the one leading this one. He was the first to head off down the stairs. Um, so where are we going with that?
So Smokestack is his goal right now is to look around all the bookshelves to try and find secret entrances. Um, I don't know that Smokestack really has a lot of experience doing investigation besides like investigating where rats are coming from. So he's probably a little more excited by this than he probably should be. Um, Given that somebody did just super die. Uh, he is going to just sort of poke around the bookshelves for a while, though.
The ones in the office?
Yeah,
Okay. And
and then eventually the ones over here.
I'm also seeing Estella slowly move further and further away from the
Yeah,
group here.
I make my way back down the stairs, kind of meandering. I'm not going quickly.
You're not going quickly, so you're kind of keeping up to a various pace. It's worth noting, first of all, I'm going to have you roll a spot hidden.
Me?
Um,
Smoke?
Smoke. Smokestack roll a spot hidden.
All right. 37, which is a regular success.
Okay, a regular success. Okay. As you look around, the first thing that is clear, fairly obviously, Smokestack is used to looking for the little details going through the pipes. The papers that were here have been slightly shuffled. You get a feeling with the fact that Estella's kind of wandering back. She'd probably done a little bit of a light look herself. She seems to be very much in focus mode, looking around behind the scenes a bit. Your character would kind of notice that. The second thing that you notice is that the papers here, while they have lightly been wrestled through, are starkly mundane compared to anything else, and a little bit odd. These are business paperwork, and they're business paperwork from a while ago. Back when, like, we're talking 5 years ago, when Lord Fenric was a bit more actively involved in the politics of the cities and actively kind of following along with what's going on and those kind of aspects of the city before he kind of disappeared and stopped working on it. This office hasn't been used regularly for a very long time. And a quick glance at the filing cabinets in the back does kind of further cement that fact that these are much
Hmm.
older.
That doesn't make much sense to just scatter papers about. I might be off base here, but I have reason to suspect these were planted here by our heretofore unknown murderer in an attempt to make things to try and make a story what doesn't exist.
Could be.
Huh. Hmm. So
Okay.
there's nothing but mundane things in an office that doesn't seem to have been used very much lately. What's this right here? Is this a
It's a
doorway
window.
or it's a window?
So the doors have
Hmm.
very kind of clear square shaped to them.
Yeah.
Windows have that kind of look, or they're just smooth. I'm assuming the artist had some kind of thing. I personally didn't draw this map, so it is a little bit how I am interpreting it.
Gotcha.
Um,
Gotcha. All right. Well, Bellamy's gonna start as he walks along, just sort of knocking on the wall, listening for areas that sound more hollow, more filled out.
okay.
After
Well, okay.
the mention of secret passages and such.
All right. So you are looking. So wait, you're heading down the stairs, or what are you looking for?
I'm following along behind these guys.
Okay.
Just along the walls of the office as Smokestack was going through the papers and stuff. I was just knocking on the walls and then heading out with them as they move on to the next room.
Okay. As you're heading on, kind of heading down, and you kind of. It sounds like everyone's heading back down to the base level. Is what I'm kind of getting the gist of, or I might have
Mhm.
misinterpreted that. Okay. As you kind of come back, you finally do arrive towards that base level. Kind of looking up at the stairs, having moved from the foyer, kind of to the stairs respectively, is the butler, who has a look of just kind of pure concern on his face as he's trying to piece together what exactly is happening. And the moment that he sees any of you coming back down from upstairs, he immediately chimes in. Oh, what's happening? What's going on?
Am
What's
I the
wrong?
only person down the stairs?
It sounded like everyone was following you. I could be wrong.
Yeah, Smokestack was heading down.
Okay.
S-
Okay, I think I might have just broke something. Okay, sorry. I got too many tabs open, and I clicked off tabs for 1 second and got lost.
Classic mistake.
Okay, here we go. Aha! What's going on? The butler says as kind of the group of you arrive down the stairs.
Oh, Theo, when's the last time you checked up on good old Lord Fenric?
The Lord is very particular about his space. When he goes up to his room, I'm not to disturb him, as it were.
Yeah. Well,
He's
when was that?
he's been a bit of a recluse lately. Um, he came down about a week ago, and he handed me paperwork to send out some invites. Told me that everyone would be arriving
Oh.
on this day. I haven't seen much of him since.
So
He
what?
usually,
Who brings him food and such?
I usually do. He has me leave it in his office, usually on the table, and he'll return the dishes back there the same.
All right.
I've
Not
never seen him in
noticed.
it.
Have you not
Well,
noticed any turn and or full dishes?
I only bring up food when he requests it.
when's the last
Sometimes,
time you requested it?
again, the last time I spoke to him was a week ago.
So, so he hasn't requested any food in a week.
Sometimes he goes even longer than that. I figured he was getting busy. But before he kind of shut in, it was very much a matter um of busyness. He would get absorbed in his work, and I wasn't to disturb him. And he would go and he would fix his own meals or kind of take off here or there. I'd only fix him meals when he wanted it to. It's a very large manor, and I'm the only staff that's left. So I try to do what I can to keep the place running.
All right, so you you get that people don't really go for a week without food, right? It's not like a normal thing people do unless they're like really poor or
I I do understand this fact. It's not out of nature for the Lord to do such a thing, though. There were times where I wouldn't see him for a month, and then he would turn up. The
Hmm.
last time I checked on him without his explicit request, because I was concerned, he may have thrown a letter opener at me. I have been a bit cautious of disturbing the Lord's sense.
Hmm. Yeah, all right, but I am gonna do a psychology check on him real quick.
I want to roll psychology as well.
Okay.
Smokestack is also going to roll a psychology, even though Smokestack is bad at. I have put no points in.
Okay.
I
But
pass.
while we're rolling dice,
My character is a whiz at psychology.
Okay, you're a wizard psychology.
I
Yeah.
got a 91. That's about as bad of a failure as you can get.
Which I'm
90,
gonna get a check it.
91. Okay.
Got myself a quaint little 21. Regular success.
I have a regular success too.
Okay. So, as far as Smokestack's concerned, like, how do I explain this? There's a lot, obviously, that you understand about how people work that doesn't add up. It's very obvious, even with failing at psychology. For the other two of you, Theo is lying through his teeth, very obviously, very much aware this is not a normal thing for the Lord to go disappearing for a week, but it's not quite sure why. He just seems mortified to admit that something is wrong. He doesn't seem to be guilty or like he's trying to hide that. He's trying to hide the fact that he didn't question why the Lord didn't ask for food for a week.
Ah, Theo, my dear friend. And Bellamy's gonna come over and put a hand on his shoulder. I hate to tell you this, my mate, but your lord, he's been eviscerated. He's lying a big bloody heap up in his office. He has been for some time, mate. He's dead.
The,
Bloomin' dead, man.
the Lord's dead. Was it him who screamed?
No, mate. Wasn't even
Pro-
him.
Probably not. He's been out for like, I don't know, probably 4 days. The way
He's
that
been-
body's been sitting around.
Doesn't look too good for you, mate, being the only staff on hand. I gotta say that.
I didn't know. I didn't know. I had
Yeah.
no idea. Oh gosh,
Well,
I'm a terrible butler.
well, yeah. No, that's the least of it, though, is the thing. Uh,
Uh,
listen, I may now be no police officer myself, but I am no stranger to investigations. You're pretty up there, my friend. As far as suspects go, being the only known resident aside from him, might want to be as clear and obvious as you can be, man his secrets aside and all that.
But I I'm a butler. It's not right for me to lie. I protect my
Not
lord.
anymore, mate. Not anymore, mate. I'm afraid that's not the truth anymore.
He kind
You're
of
a man
looks.
without a job, a man without a manner.
He kind of like looks down at the ground and starts to try to assess his situation. You can kind of see him trying to come up with some kind of story.
Here, just a moment. I'm gonna look in the foyer. Is there any fancy alcoholic decanters?
Nothing in the foyer. No, it's a pretty lots of tapestries and like there's nothing like food wise, alcoholic decanter wise. It is very much just a grand entry hall, tall pillars, fancy floors, etc.
Smokestack,
Eh,
realizing what Bellamy's up to, hands Bellamy a pocket flask.
Thanks. I'm remiss to use any of mine on the common folk, and I hand it to him.
Oh, Theo kind of shakily takes the flask and takes a little bit of a swig before handing it back.
Alright,
Kind of takes a deep breath.
that that is that is some primo strong hooch he just downed a swig of.
What are we
I
talking
get
here?
Liquid courage,
Okay.
as Smokestack refers to it.
Everclear with a hint of mint.
Okay, we're gonna go with minty Everclear here. Um,
To clarify, this isn't something that this isn't something he Smokestack drinks regularly. This is something he uses to clean wounds and
okay,
occasionally as rat poison.
Bellamy's
okay.
gonna take a whiff of it as he hands it back and say, "Man, I'd like to party with you once this is over."
um, kind of as he takes a sip, like immediately, just clearly viscerally assaulted by the pungent, more or less rubbing alcohol that he just downed with essence of mint. It's not the kind of soothing snap out of it that you were probably going for, but it does snap him out of it. He's a little bit clearer thing. He's shooken at least. He kind of loses half of it out of his mouth as well, as he's kind of like pulling the bottle back and just kind of sputters out of his mouth as he's like a little bit in shock.
Coughs off half of what he actually drank. Yeah.
My, he says, trying not to be rude there. Um, yes, I do suppose. I suppose only proper that I'm fully honest with you. So, Lord Fenric, I was aware of the body.
Wow. All right.
About a week ago, he told me, as I told you, he told me to deliver the letters, which I did. I sent the letters out in an effort to make sure that, following my lord's wishes, that everyone would be present. As you're very well aware, my lord hasn't had much to do with anyone. It's a miracle that even I was kept on by staff. And I think the only reason he kept me here is paranoia started to seize him in his older years. He believed every other staff member was trying to kill him in some way or the other, slowly firing them one at a time until it was just me, the only one he said he could trust. He told me that it was time, and I had hoped that maybe we'd be able to pull him out of his shell. You see, the man who ran upstairs with you, Hanley Cannon, is an old friend. I'd hoped that some of the old friends here might be able to pull him out of his fuzz. I mean, even his estranged fiancée is here. I hoped that something would work, but shortly, a day or two after the letters were sent and the invitation was sent, I found him in this room with this letter. He kind of pulls up a crumpled and well-held document out of his pocket, kind of handing it over to probably Bellamy, as he kind of sits there shaking. And I, being a dutiful butler that I am, followed the instructions on it perfectly. Bellamy kind of takes a chance to kind of read the letter out loud to the group. And the letter, to kind of more or less summarize it, it's a pretty straightforward letter. It's explaining that Theo is not to question any of Lord Fenric's actions, that he is to invite everyone here, and that when the last of the guests have arrived, that he is to more or less see to the needs of the house guests to the best of his ability, and saying that more will become clear in time. The very last sentence is written in a very strange hand. Not Fenric's own, obviously at a quick glance, and not in English either. But right at the end of the sentence, it does switch back to English, and basically has a threat telling Theo that if he does break and not fulfill this letter to a T, that he will be haunted the rest of his days by the unfulfilled ghost of his failed lord. It's kind of a bit of a veiled threat against Theo, who does seem to be a fairly superstitious man, according to this letter.
Well, this sort of fits with the Smoke's theory of the little circles, smoke and circles being used as sort of a scare tactics. So wait, are you the one that what cut him up? Did you find him dead, or did you find him cut up?
I
While this is happening, Smokestacks like opens up the butler's coat and like places a little bat, like a little charm, a little sachet in his suit coat pocket, and pats him up right where he placed it, and then go ahead, just while this is.
okay. Theo doesn't question the fairly intimidating smokestack doing this. Doesn't really look at the symbol or anything, but he kind of does, so to speak. Uh, what do you mean, cut him up like that? When I found him, he was just lying dead on the floor, with the note tucked on top of him. There wasn't anything odd about it. I mean, according to the letter, I wasn't to touch it, but there was nothing more beyond odd than that.
You best
So
go examine it now.
What happened?
Oh, mate, I told you,
Gestures
he's
to the
splayed
stairs.
out.
Theo quickly runs upstairs, and after you hear the butler scream, upon probably seeing the body, he kind of comes
But
stumbling back down the stairs, almost half caught by smoke on his way up the stairs to follow him.
man is haunted. Smoke helps him down the stairs.
Theo, whatever good in calming his nerves that alcohol shot had done, does seem to be a good bit shattered now.
Here, have another shot.
He takes another shot without a second guess, and then kind of just sits down in a corner, actually managing to get that shot down. I, he wasn't like that when I last saw him. I saw him only moments ago, just lying there like he was before, earlier this morning.
Oh, okay. Well, that's clarifying. So he's been cut up and dismembered, drawn around the last hour or so, then, right?
Probably related to the scream.
Possibly. Oh, hey Theo, you know any secret passages?
Uh, I know that there are some. I, Fenric was very particular about if there wasn't one he wanted, he would build him himself. He never told me about them, though. He was very
Right.
protective of his research.
But do you have any suspicions on where any of them might be? Any times you've ever seen Fenric pop up where you didn't expect him? Any
Uh,
time you've heard little thumps in the walls?
well, I often heard things coming from the boiler room, but that's on the opposite end of the house.
Boiler room, then, eh?
Mhm.
Reckon there might be a little clue there.
And maybe by the guest rooms every once in a while.
Oh yeah, keen place to have a little escape route, little access tunnel. All right, Theo. Unless anyone else has any other questions, I reckon you might want to sit yourself down a little bit, process, however you need to do.
I think I'm going to head back to my quarters. There is something else strange now that I think about it.
Go ahead.
Kind of around the same time that all of this happened, several months ago, I don't know if it's worth anything. He locked up the ballroom.
Ballroom.
Probably is. Hey, Theo, though.
Mhm.
Rather than going back to your quarters and getting murdered, since we do apparently have somebody who's willing to eviscerate a carcass, they're probably willing to commit a bit of homicide on the side. It's probably best if you stick with someone, either the
Okay.
doctor or the aforementioned fiance, for old fiance, old flame, or one of us, I guess, if you want to. But
Uh, I think I'll just head upstairs with Cannon. Dr.
yeah,
Cannon's a good man.
that's a good idea. Good call.
He kind of starts to head back up the stairs, um, kind of cautiously, leaving the three of you alone in this kind of narrow hallway by yourselves. There's only one door you haven't been through, so as far as directions are concerned, it's pretty apparent um, where you'd go next. It looks like someone's already moved there. Okay. Estella, are you taking off into the hall?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
You
As
need to
Estella takes off into the hall,
you need to uncover it.
I'm uncovering it. It's a very long hallway, and it is well lit. Um, Kind of off to the right, you see a very long hallway with what appears to be busts and portraits of Greyborough's past lining either side until you get to the very end where there's a door on either side. And I
There's
will.
also collections. Think of like pinned butterfly wings and like odd biologist type decorations here or there throughout the house.
Just about everywhere. And off to the other side, you can see it's like a pretty short turn with what appears to be like a little bit of a display nook where he's got, it appears to be a full fossil of a giant tortoise kind of put up on a pedestal, right? I don't know how to ping. There. There's like a full model of a tortoise, and kind of looks like steps kind of turning around that other corner. Both paths seem to be pretty clear. None of you have actually been to Fenrick's Manor before, or at least if you have, it's been a very long time. And if anyone else needs to know how to do the ping, it's just press and hold.
All right then. Let's say we split up.
Okay.
I never see that going wrong. I see no personal issue with that at all.
Yeah, no trouble.
Yeah, no trouble. If you get murdered, scream.
Oh, should we be keeping this on the down low, not letting people we know about what's going on?
Probably. I mean, if somebody starts acting dodgy, then we'll know something's up, right? So,
If they don't know, we know about the corpse.
Yeah. Maybe we should consolidate for a moment and actually discuss our plans going forward. Maybe do a formal introduction, by the way. People I just met in the foyer 2 minutes ago.
oi. Yeah, no, sorry, I just kind of got soaked up into the whole thing.
Oh, listen,
My
I
name,
understand, me too. Just figured I'd take a moment to step back.
right neighborly of you. My name's Smokestack. It's a pleasure to meet you.
It's a pleasure
Smokestack
to.
holds out a hand.
Bellamy will hold out a hand as well. Bellamy
Yeah.
Jack, Captain of the Royal Australian Navy.
I shake
Uh,
hands as well.
Oh, good. Smokestack. Rat catcher. That's pretty much just that. Just rat catcher.
Excellent. A very noble profession in a city like this. And you, young lady, uh, what is your occupation?
Oh, I work in the city archives.
An archive, some sort of librarian, then, eh?
Yeah, I suppose.
Fanciful, one of them book learning types. Lovely. Well, so what is it exactly we're hoping to accomplish here? We want to catch a murderer? Yes.
I
Yeah,
guess so.
I
I'll be
suppose so.
honest. Again, just kind of got excited. I'm just kind of excited to see if there's like actual ghosts or something.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down with that. Hey, you some kind of spook. What happens if I run into a ghost?
Oh, in which case, Smokestack hands you. Uh, he like seems to search through his various talismans that he has, and sizing you up and down, he ends with one that appears to be a broken knife blade that's been wrapped in chain and set on like a little hook. This right here is the blade of a soldier I found. He was dead, and I found his corpse down in the sewer. Uh, he was haunted, and we helped put him to rest. And as a result, his various accoutrements became powerful talismans for defenses against ghosts and the like. And so he hands it over to you. So you just keep
Oh,
that on. Yeah, that should give you some additional defenses against the dark powers that be.
yeah,
Um,
okay.
Otherwise, I have no idea. Good luck.
Thanks. I'm feeling mythical over here.
You're welcome.
So what
If you
should I
hear
add?
noises or screaming that's not like from a person, leave it alone and don't look at it so you
Yeah.
don't die.
All right then. So what should I add to the character sheet for this?
Just talisman from
Talisman.
Smokestack,
Yeah,
soldier talisman.
talisman from Smokestack, Solar Talisman.
All
I
right.
will play with it. We'll see. There's a lot of GM discretion. Also, by the way,
Yeah.
the way that I GM for people who are new to watching me, because obviously everyone here who's actually done sessions with me before, if a player says something, as long as it doesn't break world canon, I pretty much roll with it. Meaning, we didn't have a discussion about this talisman. This isn't like some preordained GM thing. This is something that Gray has said, and as a GM, he has full permission to do that. And to say, I got this talisman that I had, as long as it's within the character backstory, and they don't abuse it, which I trust everyone here not to abuse it. And if they
Yeah,
do
I've got a
abuse it,
naval cannon.
and if they do abuse it, I have a ban hammer, and I will use
Mm.
it.
See, the thing is, I do have a naval cannon. I was in the Navy. I brought it with me. I've had it this whole time. Remember
Just
when I was
folds up.
describing my character? I was holding it with me. No,
You-
I actually haven't rolled for cash assets or acquiring any items yet. So
Yeah, also,
I,
Ben wasn't done with his character sheet before the beginning of the session, so he's been finishing it out as we go. But I just like to imagine Bellamy riding it like those like little wheeled wooden horses
Mhm.
for kids, just legs on both
Scooting it
sides.
along the ground. Hi there, Bellamy Jack. Okay.
Hello.
Bellamy Jack.
Thanks for letting me into this here manor. Oop, got to duck a little bit. Ah, get through the door there. Perfect.
All right. Either way. Okay, we're all standing in the hallway still. It sounds like there's been a little bit of a general direction done. There was mention to split the group, and there's only really two directions that can be gone right now. North, towards the two doors at the end of the long hallway full of busts and pictures, or south, kind of past the display area and whatever lies to that right turn.
All right.
Smokestack is going to go north.
Okay, it sounds like Estella's automatically gone south.
Right then. I'll see what's over in this little nook over here.
Okay.
Looks like
As
it's
we
just
kind
kind
of
of a little wraparound.
as you kind of get to the end of the hall, Smokestack, there's two doors next to you. We're gonna kind of start up there. So there's two doors next to you. The door to your left is a very beautiful, very ornate door. You haven't ever really been in a lot of manors before, so you don't really like know if there's any kind of significance to it. But as you probably try the handle out to it, just out of curiosity, the door is tightly locked. And remembering the words about Theo mentioning the ballroom being locked, you have just a feeling, like a bit of a guess, this is one of the doors to the ballroom. The other door
Makes
behind
sense.
you doesn't seem to be locked at all. In fact, the door's actually currently open. And as you kind of look over to it, gotta make sure I'm on. Just for everyone watching, I have two screens of this map, and I get confused sometimes. Anyway, the door's kind of open, and you can see it goes down, and there's a bit of a sharp right turn you can't quite see around right now. As you um as you kind of turn around the corner and then turn around a little bit further, it is a very small bedroom befitting of what you would expect to be a servant's quarters. There's a small bed, a little bit of a dresser. You actually recognize one of Theo's style tuxes kind of folded nicely on top the dresser.
Gotcha.
Clearly this
Smoke,
would go on.
Smokestack is just going to absolutely ransack the place.
Okay. Like you're just like if it ain't nailed down, you're taking it?
Just more rummaging through it with no with no regard to his personal privacy at all.
Okay.
Because like he is our lead suspect for potentially a horrible, brutal murder. So now's the time to just kind of rummage around a little bit.
Okay. As you start to kind of look through everything in his room, you are going to roll for me a spot hidden. The most of what you find
Sounds good.
as you're kind of rummaging through it is what you would expect a butler to have. A butler of very little means, for what it's worth. So, like, he's got nice suits, but not much else.
That makes sense. All right, spot hidden. That is barely a success. I got exactly 65. So that's a
Oh,
success.
first off, congrats on the success there.
Thank you.
Second off, sorry, I had GM notes. I was trying to find them. Okay. As you start to rummage through. Yeah, as you start to kind of rummage through everything, there is one thing, and only one thing, you find that is kind of odd. In the kind of nightstand drawer as you open it, there does seem to be a little bit of a false bottom. Kind of opening it up and lifting it, there is a single item in it. A rough troon, maybe like hemp string as it were, with a pewter symbol on the end of it, a kind of pewter rune that immediately your character has. What's your occult knowledge? 70?
65.
65. Without even rolling, you recognize this runic mark to be very popular amongst a certain sect of people who have kind of shunned off any kind of mainstream religion and view themselves as followers of old ways. It's a bit of a lucky charm to a lot of people, but it could also be a sign of someone who um, does genuinely believe in older powers, whether they be ancestral or more forest spirit type deal. It is the kind of person and the kind of symbol of someone who would actually know what they were doing with runic markings, whether to fudge them completely or to actually get them correct.
All right. Smokestack's going to take that into account and put that into just kind of like very openly among the other like 2 dozen talismans he has hanging inside of his coat, just right alongside them.
Okay. Oh, and this particular talisman um, is usually you would usually associate it to be like it's a warding talisman, if that makes sense. It's
Yeah.
used to ward off evil spirits to keep you safe. Anyway, as you're kind of rummaging through that, which doesn't actually take you very long to rummage through, there's genuinely not a lot in this little butler's quarter. Bellamy kind of walks off to look at the little display area while Estella turns right through the door, and Bellamy can actually hear her strike up a conversation in a fairly familiar tone, but you can't quite hear what's going on. But Bellamy is currently staring at the display case. On the very back wall, there's like a little raised shelf, and then a larger wall behind it. So if you look at this wall right here in the middle, it's not like a complete wall. It's got
It's a partial wall.
yeah, that one. If I
Alright.
can get it to work, I can't. Ping doesn't work for me all the time. Anyway, that wall that I think you pinged, it's like a partial wall, and it's got display cases on top of it. There's displays on either wall, but the crowning piece on the back is a large fossil skeletal turtle. The large shell sitting there, the head up top, the legs off to the side. A proud trophy piece for any kind of biologist. It's my cat. Sorry.
Kitty
I
spotted.
haven't seen my cat in forever.
Kitty.
This is my cat chat. Anyone in my cat chat who's been wondering what my cat looks like, that's my cat.
Cat reveal.
Cat reveal. Anyway, derail the session. There was a cat reveal.
Sorry, my mic is muted because of the kids for the most part.
Okay. Anyway, cat reveal. Yeah, giant turtle though. Giant turtle up along the wall, and just various display. This is clearly a corner that was set up to be a display piece, and it has been well maintained. For what it's worth, Theo does his job when it comes to cleaning and making sure that this place is ran immaculately.
Alright, alright.
By the time that you've kind of given a one over to all of this, Smokestack has probably already managed to start to make it back. Kind of, I think Bellamy, you have an appreciation for nautical things, probably
Yeah.
staring at the turtle, being able to tell that it is authentic, as well as a lot of the things. There is a little bit of a nautical theme here, so it's
Oh,
various kind of
so
fossils and things that are related to the ocean. For
alright.
this particular display, there's a lot here, but this particular display seems to have been themed towards it.
Okay. Can I get a little more thorough and see if I can discover any of the little secrets, little compartments, little holes, little things of interest, some that might interest a little someone like me.
Yeah, you can give a roll. Just to clarify, is this you trying to look like for things you can pocket?
Uh no, I guess that's not really this character. That's not really him. Nah, I guess I'm just appreciating the nautical stuff.
Okay.
Little sea creatures.
Okay.
A real nice turtle. Is a turtle in a glass display case or is it mounted
No.
on the wall?
Mounted not on the wall, but on a
But
stand that's built to support it.
all right.
Smokestack enters the room with a sack and just starts stuffing stuff into the sack, breaks the glass with a crowbar, starts just grabbing random pieces of the turtle.
Oh, mate. Gotta be careful with these pieces.
Is this
I'm
gen?
just no, no, I'm kidding.
Okay. Okay.
Smokestack is not just unashamedly robbing the place blind. That
Okay.
would have been a fun character to play, but that is not Smokestack,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Anyway,
Doesn't seem to be too much here of consequence, but worth a passing glance.
No, but I found something that's gonna clear our butler, though.
All right. Good news for him. I was feeling a bit bad for the bloke. Should
Me
we?
too, but I'm feeling a little worse for us because it means we are in here with a murderer,
Yeah,
and pretty much the only people we can clear are ourselves because we showed up more or less at the same time. I guess the
yeah.
butler too.
I sounds like Stella's having a little conversation with someone. Been
Yeah,
listening in just a little bit to make sure nothing, no scuffles start out, but maybe we should go casually walk by.
yeah, it sounds right nice.
as the two of you kind of head back to kind of catch up to Estella, she is currently talking to a fairly young, studious-looking woman. She's wearing a very beautiful evening gown, the kind of evening gown you would wear to a Victorian party. A corset. It's nothing too outlandishly seductive. It's what a respectable woman would wear. She's got glasses and her hair's kind of pulled back up. It's not someone who's going for over the top looks. They strike you immediately as an academic, all the way down to the slight little ink stains that are clearly on her hands. But she's currently talking quite excitedly to Estella. I don't know what Estella's body language is, but Everly is stoked to see Estella.
Yeah, it's probably like kind of everyday small talk kind of a thing.
Mhm.
I don't think we've seen each other in about a year. So we're catching up.
And it's very much that kind of, oh, how are you doing? How's the weather? Very kind of light conversation. As far as the hallway itself, there is a door kind of at the midway point between two suits of armor, and another door at the far end. Again, just another long hallway with a bit of some display work. But you kind of hear Everly kind of chime up as you walk in. Yeah, I don't know what's quite going on, but I saw both Gilbert and Barnaby heading into that room.
Oh, really?
Yes. I know that they're old business partners, but that does seem a bit of an odd room for them to be. Oh, Everly kind of turns to you. Oh, hello. Um, kind of realizing that you were looking at her a little bit too.
Oh, these are my recent acquaintances.
Oh,
Smokestack and Bell and me.
Bellamy Jack, Captain Bellamy Jack, Royal Australian Navy. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss
Everly. Everly.
Everly.
Yes, Everly. Everyone blocked her last name.
Everly Bow.
Everly Bow.
Estella. Oh, both.
Everly Bow.
It's a
Um,
real pleasure to make your acquaintance, and he'll hold out a hand and do a little bow and everything.
she kind of gives you a bit of a smile and kind of it's very polite conversation. Oh, you said Australian Navy?
Ah, yes, ma'am, indeed.
Oh, that's quite impressive. My father was in the Navy.
Really?
Hmm.
Bo, let's see. Do I Bo, what rank and file? What position did he hold?
You probably wouldn't know him.
Yeah, reckon not, but
He
it's
didn't
always good to
fight for
know.
the English. I must admit.
Ah, I see. A Martian then. I don't know who our enemies have been in this fictitious universe.
Probably French, given the last name Bow.
Ah, yeah, I guess.
But
Not aliens then?
not
Okay.
aliens. No.
Quick,
Yeah,
quick
all right.
question for Bellamy.
Mhm.
Is he packing heat?
I would assume yes.
Okay.
But again, I haven't finished
He
haven't
hasn't gotten
finished
that far along the character sheet.
All
I'll
right.
finish it up when we take our break, but
Okay.
Just in case, Smokestack's gonna approach one of the suits of armor. I
Mhm.
assume they have like a mace or a sword of some kind, just like wrapped in the
Mhm.
gauntlets. He's
Mhm.
going to unceremoniously sort of take it from whatever is pinning it in place, and hand it to Bellamy while he's in the middle of the conversation with Everly.
Oh,
Yeah,
thanks.
you're gonna want this later, maybe. Best to be prepared.
Okay.
All right.
So pausing. To rewind here a moment. As 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 Gray walks up to the statue and puts a hand on the sword to pull the sword free from the statue, I need you to roll a strength check.
Okay. Is it bad that I'm hoping I fail just so I can be stuck
No.
there trying to wrench it from
No,
the?
that would be it's a very good, the middle of a polite conversation, the hobo walks over the suit of armor and starts fighting with the suit of armor.
Okay, Taylor, I did succeed with a hard success.
Okay.
But can we play that out in the background a little bit?
Well, we're gonna actually wind up here for a little bit. You walk up to the
Alright.
statue, you grab the sword, and you very quickly pull the sword from the statue's hands. The hands kind of falling open as you do so. I now need you to roll. I'm gonna have you roll a spot hidden check on this one.
All right. Hard success.
Hard success. Dodge or fight back.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
fight back.
As
Yeah,
you
fight the suit of armor.
as you pull the sword from its hands quite easily, the armor kind of slouches forward, and you've seen a lot in the sewers, and as you kind of see the statue begin to straighten itself back up and kind of get ready for a swing at you, animating itself as you goes, you brace yourself to kind of fight back. You are holding a sword. You did just pry it from its hands.
Yeah.
Roll. Are you going to use the sword, or what are you using?
Yeah, no, I'm using the sword. I'm actually trained in sword fighting.
Oh, well, roll for it then.
Okay, that's a 3. I think that's a critical success.
It's probably an extreme success.
Extreme success. That's what it's called.
Okay, so give me 1 second while I look up a damage table for a sword.
Oh, I have it.
You have it? Okay, this would be this is like a long sword, like an
Yeah,
arming
it's
sword.
1d8 plus 2.
Okay.
Plus 1d4. Well, because of my brawl skill, plus 1d4 plus 1.
Okay. As this is fighting back, it doesn't apply. I actually looked at the rules in this. With an extreme success, if it was your turn, it does maximum damage. That's just what basically it counts as. And to kind of talk about as well, I'm going to say that a critical success is going to do maximum damage plus a normal roll.
Gotcha.
That's a bit of a house rule there. However, it doesn't count for fighting back. You don't get the extra damage of if you are fighting back. However, you do get to roll damage normally.
Sounds good. Okay, that is 12 damage.
12 damage. Everyone sees, and kind of like this just kind of plays out in fast motion. I'm not even going to have anyone do a sanity check on this one. It's just it's like bizarre and odd, but not in the point that it questions your insanity. It's just like a bit of an abrupt stun. But basically, you see Smokestack grab the sword, pull it from the hands. The suit of armor stands up, and before it can swing at him, Smokestack just takes the sword, spins it around, and just cleaves the suit of armor in two. It's not a very well-made suit of armor, but the sword is a real sword, and it cuts through it like butter, as the armor then kind of falls apart into a bunch of pieces. Everyone's kind of left standing there for a moment, not quite sure if you actually saw the armor move or not.
Smokestack looks at Bellamy and says, "I catch," and tosses him the sword.
Yeah, all right. I'll
Man
catch you in the
assaulted.
air perfectly.
I've unsheathed a knife from like an unconcealed spot. Just like just in
No,
case.
hold on. The librarian just pulled a shiv.
Yes.
The librarian just that's a knife.
It's
All
a
right.
long knife.
It's not. It's It is for stat-wise a medium knife, which means we're probably dealing with like something at least the size of like I'd probably say a dagger. It's not like quite like a machete or like a really big
No.
knife, but this isn't like a cutlery kitchen knife. It is like an actual
This is a knife for
knife.
killing humans.
This is a knife that would be used for some level of defense.
When I
Oh.
notice the fight's kind of over, I do tug it back up into a fold in my dress.
All right then.
Everly kind of just sits there stunned for a moment. Is it just me, or did that statue move?
No, tried to deck me right good in the face.
Yeah,
s-
nod at her.
What I about thought.
Yeah, man is haunted.
Oh,
Possibly
lovely.
by the ghost of your fiance.
What?
She's not engaged.
Never
Well, I mean,
have
she
been.
wasn't she? Is there somebody else? Is there somebody else in the manor then? How many people does this bloke know?
Well, we are at a party in the loose term.
There would
Yeah,
be
but
I think
at least about 20 people that you would probably know of, or something around
wow,
there.
you guys have
it
big
was
parties
Janet
up here in the upper class.
or Jane or Janice or something.
I think it was Janice Douglas, yes, was the name of his
Yeah.
fiance.
Mm.
I think I saw her walking into the sitting room earlier. She's kind of staring at the statue. She seems to be a fairly unfazable person. Not
Was it just one armor statue, or were there
there's
two?
two
One of
armor
the
statues. The other one is still though.
uh, but I
We
think Bellamy's going to take the sword and just go ahead and stick it right through the other one,
yeah.
Okay.
just
Um
in case. Just gonna.
I am going to count it as an automatic success, being that there's not kind of a it's not animated at this moment. But kind of piercing the sword through it, it does immediately slouch, as if there was some kind of animation probably holding it up that has left.
Yeah, all right then. So we can't trust statues. That's new.
I would say so. What exactly is going on?
We're not
Man is
sure
haunted.
yet.
I mean, outside of
Well,
the manor being haunted.
Guess
I
that.
feel like that's kind of the only explanation that stands, honestly. Oh
You'll
yeah,
keep an
also
eye
the
out.
What was that?
You'll keep an eye out.
I very much will. She actually picks up the other sword. She doesn't quite seem know how to. She doesn't. She doesn't pick it up with the grace of someone who knows how to use it. She picks it up with that like, yeah, I
Yeah,
can
swing
figure
it,
out. I can figure out how to swing a stick type
swing it like a
confidence.
cricket bat.
you sword defaults to 20%. It's not terrible.
Yeah, you're swinging a stick of metal. You know what I mean?
It's a sharpened stick of metal. It's just swing it and hope for the best.
Put the pointy bit through the other guy.
Yeah. Uh, okay then, she says, kind of staring at the sword. Has anyone tried to leave yet?
Haven't seen anyone try to leave yet.
Shrug.
I'm going to try to. I have a feeling that if armor statues can animate, it might not be possible. Was the butler still in the foyer?
No,
Uh,
he went up with the doctor.
He's up with the doctor.
If I can't bail out of here, I'm going to go meet with them.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's a good
um,
idea.
I'll come with you.
Okay.
We'll be right back. You two can follow through.
You might want to see if you can let Gilbert and Barnaby know that something's amiss in the manor. If there's something like statues animating themselves, who else knows what could be here?
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
yeah, it's a good point.
Me and Everly head to the foyer.
Okay, we're going to get back to you two because that's a little bit farther away. But as the two
Yeah.
of you approach the door, also, for what it's worth noting, this is something I'm going to put in general. The manor is full of tapestries and carpets. Sound carries, but not very well. You have a feeling it's
Mm.
almost like this manor was designed to where each room is pretty isolating sound wise. The only reason you heard it in the foyer when that scream came from upstairs was the marble and hardwood stairs that don't seem to be as prominent through this hallway, at least. Anyway, but the two of you are now in front of a door. You're not quite sure what's on the other side. But the door is currently. Do you try to open it, or kind of what do you two do?
All right, so do we reassess our situation now that we know that some of the art pieces can be a bit aggressive?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I've never really run into anything this overtly occult before, so this is almost a little exciting for me. Having said that, yeah, maybe let's go in with the idea that s- stuff's dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll say this. I once had a magic knot that I'm not entirely sure is still real out in the bush with a bush wizard. Uh, that's about the extent of my knowledge with this magic occult stuff. So I'm gonna take your lead on it.
All right. Smokestack's gonna knock on the door.
Okay, knocking on the door quite heavily handedly. You don't hear an immediate response, but there is this manner of kind of like you hear a bit of shuffling behind the door, and after a moment or two, the door kind of half cracks open. And
Smokestack immediately barges in.
okay, pushing on the door immediately as
It, it I'm going to join in as well in like a military sweep, two man sweep right in.
Two large men, two very big people.
okay, two very big people barge into the room. There are two men in this room, one of which you immediately recognize as, sorry, try not to sneeze, Barnaby Walters, a very prominent politician. He is currently head of basically the Commerce Committee within the Parliament, the parliamentary people who determine all sorts of trade and everything in the city.
You still have Fog of War on.
I will turn off Fog of War in a second. I'm just explaining this for a second, but thank you for the heads up. The other person that you see in the room is a roughly the same aged man, probably a little bit younger, who you also recognize to be a fairly prominent politician, but not to the level of um, not to the level of like you know not a head on the commerce committee who actually controls trade in the city. The most important thing you recognize about the situation, though, is this is a guest bedroom, and Barnaby Walters is currently wearing his pants and a half-buttoned shirt, and Gilbert Johnson is very rapidly trying to put his pants back on.
Uh,
As the two of
Smokestack.
you,
Bellamy, ignoring this fact, is going to strike an amateur fencer's pose with the sword out pointed at Barnaby, and he's going to say, Barnaby, you old sod, have you taken up the occult lately?
I, I have not. He says, trying to
Psychology.
make. I'll let you roll that. Okay. Yeah, you can roll a psychology check. The two of them are sitting there stocked. Context-wise, as well, by the way, this is the 1840s. So two prominent male politicians. You know what they were doing. You were also aware that this is like a career-ending type thing if this were to get out.
Yeah,
Um,
Smokestack walks in and points deliberately at Gilbert. Oi! You're the one that doubled the tax on bromethylene. You know how difficult that's made my life? Oh, yeah, we'll just double the taxes on bromethylene to throw some sort of tax in to keep stuff home. Guess what? The best bromethylene gets exported and imported in. I have to charge twice as much to get good rat poison these days, and it's your fault.
both of them kind of sit there stunned. First off, what'd you roll for your occult roll?
30. Oh, psychology?
Psychology.
37. Regular
37.
success.
Regular success. No, he hasn't started picking up on the occult. He is genuinely shocked, though, as his little foyer with his lover here has been very abruptly revealed.
Right then.
As by two screaming men, one screaming, "Are you practicing the occult?" and the other one screaming something about bromethylene tax. Gilbert Johnson, not quite sure what to even say at this point, kind of just mutters out, I voted against the tax.
Oh, now you're trying to lie to me, are you?
No, I genuinely did.
Lying politicians.
Psychology.
Sure.
The most meaningless psychology check.
66.
It's a fail.
Failure.
A failure. Okay. I did vote against the bromethylene test. I mean, not that I can. These are
Wait,
closed door affairs.
wait, did?
Who are you two?
Oh,
Don't worry
anyway.
your little head around that. Listen, we're just going to take ourselves a little peek around the edges of the room. You can get back to consorting however you wish. Next time someone knocks on the door while you're doing something that could end your career, my friends, don't peek it open until you got your knickers all back on, yeah?
Okay, Barnaby Walters says. I must ask though, what are the two of you doing here?
Investigating a murder.
What murder?
Just a
The
little
murder.
bit, eh?
It's nothing to worry your head about.
Don't worry about it, but don't leave this room after we get out, alright?
Oh, all
Maybe just
right.
stick in here for a while.
Okay, we can do that, but who was murdered?
I'll be
Uh,
honest, I don't remember his name.
well, it's just a little Lord Fenric.
Lord Fenric was murdered.
Yeah, killed in his own manner.
Yeah, sort of ritualistically cut open.
What? Ritualistically?
Yeah, indeed.
Like,
Bellamy is going to, as this conversation is going on, start going around the edge of the room, tapping walls, testing, like pulling on hangers and light fixtures, trying to see if there's, because it was mentioned earlier that the butler thought that there might be some secret rooms potentially in the guest room, odd sounds, things like that.
odd sounds near the guest rooms,
Yeah.
plural.
So, yeah. So he's going to be checking this one.
Okay. You
And
can roll me a spot hidden while the two politicians kind of are sitting here stunned trying to piece this together.
yeah, I'll do that.
Lord Walters, as he would be called, Barnaby Walters, kind of sits there for a second. Um, I don't know. There weren't any officers, I believe, that were invited here, but there is. Oh, what's his name? I forget his name. There was a general here, I think, who might be able to help us.
General.
I believe so.
All right.
Or maybe I'm
Sounds
thinking
like a right
something
good
else.
bloke.
I do know that there's a I'm afraid that I can't.
We got a military doctor, Hanley.
Hanley. No, that was Hanley. Your Cannon. Hanley Cannon, right? That one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh no. That's what we're referring to. I think it was General Russ. Is who it is. I can't remember. He does have some pull if arrest needs to be made.
Oh, good to know. Good to know.
Good to know. General Russ, you say? All right.
Uh, Anyway, the two of them kind of sit there, and what did you roll for your spot hidden? And I'm gonna have you hold it for a second because we're actually going to kick back over to Estella and Everly in the main room while you were rolling. Kind of this conversation is happening, and you are kind of checking
Yeah.
out.
If it's
all
a
right.
quick yes or no, then I can just move the tokens.
Okay.
To...
We'll just do a quick summary then. Upon realizing that the door does seem to be held shut, it's not locked. It just is impossible to open, no matter what you try to do. Everly does decide to head upstairs to check on both Theo and the doctor.
Are they
And
okay?
what was that?
Is it everything kind of as it was when we left it earlier?
Yes, everything is as it was as it left when you earlier, and you probably quickly take back off to see what the others are doing,
Yeah.
and probably
kinda
to
like-
inform them that the front door will not open.
I kind of lean against this hallway as I inform them and kind of wait for them to finish whatever they're doing in there.
Okay. Now, what did you roll for your spot hidden?
33 out of 50. Regular success.
Regular success. This is first off the room that you're kind of facing in, that little back one,
Mhm.
is a kind of a very large. This is a very large bedroom meant for well valued guests. This room has actually been stayed in for a little bit. It looks like probably you get the feeling looking around. It's actually probably Barnaby who was staying in here. Um,
Mhm.
but there are also signs of like a dress and a few other more what you'd assume women's articles of clothing. And as you kind of look around beyond that, though, everything else about this room is completely as you would expect normal.
All right.
Well, whatever you two enterprising gentlemen get up to is your business. Sorry for wrongfully accusing you of making my life difficult.
Uh,
Assuming that continues to be the case, you won't hear from me.
I will put in a word for it to reassess the bromethylin tax forthwith.
Oh, see that
Uh,
you do. Otherwise, your little secret's gonna get blabbed all around town. All right, bye. Don't let anyone else inside.
That's the pettiest. That's the pettiest way to could probably get him to do literally anything. The only thing I'm going to have him do is just reassess promethylene.
It's a thing to do. We're gonna get the artist logo in here
Believing
too.
close the door behind us.
Okay. Well,
There weren't any other passages in there, right? It was just that
No.
big closet
Yeah.
or bathroom, whatever.
yeah, it very much does seem to be like
Just
it's
a
been
bedroom and a
it's been
bath.
lived in, but it's just a very straightforward bedroom and bath.
Ladies' clothes though, so maybe Walters has a little wifey somewhere, perhaps, or
I
something
accidentally
else.
made a square. Dang it.
Oh, squares are the
Oh,
most inefficient shapes.
It's also not a
the
square, it's
most
a rectangle.
evil shape.
Okay. I shouldn't be trusted with GM tools, is what I'm realizing. Okay. I was unveiling the walls. The person who did this artwork is full shout out to him. He did a really good job. Oh, there's a measurement tool. Where'd that come from?
When you hit the which
There's a
one is
button
it?
for
It
it.
doesn't look like it's actually scaled to the scale of the map I'd be going with, but
No.
We would have to adjust the scale of the map in the page settings.
okay. Well, as of right now, the three of you are kind of sitting there. The two of them are kind of left in the room of on their own. As you kind of close the door behind them, and kind of all find yourself staring at the hallway next to the two now destroyed edge suits of armor.
All right, so continue on then, I guess. See what other sordid activities are getting up in the dark corners of this here manor.
All right, I'm with you. That's very exciting. I'm going to be honest. Might be able to blackmail that guy later for something good.
All right, I'm glad this presents some career opportunities for you, my friend.
More just opportunities to keep my pap safe, mostly.
All right then, any edge you can get.
Okay.
Right then.
As the three of you head into this next room, which is not locked at all, you step into a very grand room. There is a large window at the back of it. I'm going to address this real quick. You will see a pink dot on the map named Young Lord Pippin. Pippin is my son. He really wanted to be part of this. To the players, please do not get caught up on the random pink dot. That is
I
Pippin.
throw a sword at him.
His character is there because he wanted to be
catches it
part
and
of
throws
this.
it back.
There you are, Pippin.
Hi, Pip.
You look tired, bud. he had a melatonin gummy earlier. Oh, that's why. Okay. Um. Okay.
Oh dear.
Well, as you step into the room, there's a large area kind of towards the back where there is I forget what I was gonna say. Like just a large window overstaring the forest with kind of a little bit of
Okay.
a support pillar kind of in front of it, but there's some kind of chairs. In this corner where Estella is currently standing, there's a bit of a roaring fireplace. And just there's chairs and bookshelves on the wall. It's a very comfortable lounge area. And there are already 5 people kind of busily talking around in terms of what's going on. As you enter the room, one of the individuals, and I'm actually going to let Favorian explain his looks a little bit better offhand than I can, because, well, because okay, it's entirely irrelevant I just can't remember what he looked like, and this is a character that she knows.
Yeah, I didn't give a description.
You didn't
He's
give a
just
description.
kind of like some sort of suave, younger bachelor or something like that.
I can give a description. 3 feet tall, covered in scales. Has 7 heads.
Not a
Slow.
kobold, not a hydra kobold.
Slow.
Incredibly attractive.
Unfathomably attractive.
He's a young man who looks very familiarly at Estella. They clearly have known each other a little bit. It's a very polite, "Oh, it's good to see you. How's business?" type
Oh,
greeting.
psychology.
You can roll a psychology check if you want. I don't know.
77. It's a failure.
It's a failure.
I learned nothing from their from their interactions.
He is secretly Santa Claus. That's what you gain. No, I'm joking.
Oh boy.
On the other hand, there is a woman in a very beautiful nightgown, sitting quite cross, a little bit older. You actually would recognize her. Anyone who's followed politics recognizes her as Georgia Walters, Barnaby's firebrand of a wife, who is known as a bit of a civil rights activist in many different ways. Well, not a politician herself. She's constantly at the forefront of policies she thinks her husband should support. She's currently sitting in the back corner reading a fairly thick novel and drinking a glass of wine, kind of ignoring the room. On the other hand, there's 2 other gentlemen, one of them clearly wearing the uniform of a general or other military officer, the other one in more casual, formal wear for a soldier. They're kind of currently sitting next, talking to each other kind of quietly. Um, just like quiet conversation, a private one, not trying to draw too much attention. Um, and then the last one is a younger woman. You would assume, well, no, probably not actually that much younger anymore. Probably in her late 20s to early 30s
Oh,
at youngest.
no. She is a spinster at this point.
Oh, that's true. Given age, yeah, she'd be pretty old. She's actually taken the rather bold choice of wearing an outfit you would traditionally expect for a widow at a funeral.
That's great.
Sitting in the corner, looking absolutely furious being here, and just kind of staring down the room in a manner that both screams, "Don't talk to me," and at the same time, "I have a story to tell." And these are kind of the 5 people that walk into the room. I'm going to kind of start with the well, it's not much of an open conversation. Estella and this other gentleman who you've overheard the name of, Macklin, are immediately talking about how their businesses and trades are doing, how the archive work is treating Estella, and how what is referred to as the import business is treating Macklin.
All right. I will just real quick point out that both Bellamy and Smokestack is armed with a sword, but his is I I think I'm not sure what the laws are, but I imagine he's probably okay carrying around a sword.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Bellamy's, however, does not have a sheath.
Yeah,
This is
I'm holding it over my shoulder like a bat.
Mhm.
Just to bear in, like, you don't have to have any of the NPCs react anyway. Specifically,
I'll have it known that as we enter and I spy someone who I can identify as wearing a general's formal garb, I'm just going to go straight there with the sword over my shoulder and barge
Okay.
into that conversation.
All right. And for clarity and context too, this was not necessarily their initial reactions to you walking in, with the exception of Macklin. It was rather what you saw in the room as you entered. They didn't really.
Yeah.
They were all kind of engrossed in their own how to do,
Things.
with the exception of Macklin.
Yeah.
But walking over to the 2 of them, the general immediately turns and kind of has that like turns as the eyebrow raises moment.
Oh, I think he's an officer, technically.
An officer can be any rank, including general.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's
Yeah. Yep, I wrote. She has GM notes, and it says officer. That's why she chimed in with them. An officer is any rank. Can be a general, corporal. General is just the highest rank.
Yeah. Walking up, I say, General Russ, I take it. Captain Bellamy Jack here of the Royal Australian Navy. It's very good to meet you, sir. I have a few questions, if you don't mind. I'm initiating my fast talk feature, which I believe is used to get information from people,
Fa-
basically.
fast talk is usually used more for like a bluff.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. All right. All
I,
right.
I
Okay.
I would
Okay.
say it's
Cool.
closest to a bluff tilt. It's like what a salesman uses, or what you would use to get out of a tough situation.
Yeah.
Like,
I'll still keep it.
okay,
It.
um,
I. General Russ, I take it. Yep. Captain Bellamy Jack, Royal Australian Navy. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. How are you doing this fine evening? What's your relationship to Lord Fenric, might I inquire, my good friend?
whoa,
Kind of holding out my
slow
hand to.
down there, sir. You said Bellamy Jack, was it?
Yes, sir, indeed, sir.
Oh, your reputation precedes you, young man.
Well, thank you. I'd love to hear stuff like that.
I'm General Rush, and as far as your question, I believe it was, what is my relation to Lord Fenric, wasn't it?
Yeah, indeed.
Oh, I knew him back in his old days as a soldier. I was
Oh,
his first training officer, and I trained him the best I could. I haven't spoken to the man in years. I know he turned himself into a bit of a hermit, but, well, apparently he thought about having a party. For the only person I recognized here was young Mac. Mac was
oh.
one of the sharpest shooters we knew back in the force.
Mac, you're some kind of sharpshooter then, eh? Know your way around a rifle real good? Seen plenty of death out in the field? You ever handle long knives, dismember, anything like that?
No,
Oh, all right. All right, good enough. What are you doing here, Mac? Are you here alongside as a guest of Randall, or were you personally invited?
I was personally invited. I am not quite sure why my dealings with Lord Fenric were minimal, if that.
Oh
Mostly
yeah,
in the
no.
nature of taking orders and simply doing my job.
Taking orders. Who was in some sort of superior position to you in the army? I take it.
Yes.
All right, all right, all right. Well, you must have had some sort of connection, even if unspoken to you. Yeah, otherwise, he probably wouldn't have invited you. What sort of what sort of life do you lead outside of the army, my friend? If you don't mind me asking.
Well, there's not much work for an old soldier. Mostly just
Ah,
do odd jobs and hands for hire, as it were.
odd jobs and such. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Psychology.
Okay, I'll let you roll a psychology check. I'm going to kind of count this as a psychology check on the two of them because they were clearly
Yeah,
having
all
a
right.
conversation. There's a bit of body language here, kind of seeing what you know.
Can I roll one as well? Kind of eavesdropping on their conversation.
You can. I'm going to have you roll at a disadvantage though because you were halfway across the room in a conversation with Macklin.
I
So
got a
roll.
29.
So roll yours twice and take the lower, the d10s. Um, and what did you roll? You rolled
A
29.
regular success.
Regular success.
I passed.
You passed. I figured.
Yeah, my psychology's a little insane.
Okay. Um. So, body language wise, General Russ is the man who was born into the military, born into prestige. He's well known. He would consider himself Fenric's equal. Comes from a prominent family, the old kind of families. Mac is someone who joined the army because he needed a paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
Mac hates Russ. He wants to be anywhere but next to Russ. Russ is the epitome of everything that Mac hates about people. Mac doesn't want to be at this party either. The only reason that you know Mac is here, and he is genuine, he doesn't know why Lord Fenric would have invited him here. He doesn't. This not like harsh, hostile contempt, but he does not consider himself friends or even acquaintances in any sense of the word with Fenric. It is very much that man was my officer, and I don't hold any kind of
Regard for him.
high regard for him. I don't know why I'm here. I shouldn't have come. Probably the only reason why he came was because of the fact that you don't disagree with an invite from Lord Fenric.
I see. I
He's not
see.
in a position of power to make a powerful enemy. On the other hand, Russ is here for the social things.
Gotcha, gotcha. All right. It was a lovely meeting you two, pair of old army blokes. Sure, you have a number of stories.
Ooh, I could tell you stories for days.
Oh, it's
Back about how
fascinating.
things used to be run. Back before it got soft, as it were.
Oh yeah, nowadays all kinds of crazy things are happening. There's a lot more new technology coming in by the day, new ways of living, new social programs. There's even new occult stuff going on. Have you heard about this cult stuff? There's like little salt circles and stuff being incorporated, talismans and such. Have you heard about this? Either of you? Hmm?
I keep my nose out of anything like that, to be honest. I just try to make a. I'm just here to try to make a paycheck. And well, I'm here because I was invited, and it would be rude to decline an invite.
Oh yes, of course, yeah. Someone like Lord Fenric, yeah, yeah. You don't deny one of those invitations.
Yes. Which is such an odd thing to say. I don't understand why anyone wouldn't want to be here, Russ says, kind of standing himself up tall. This is a glorious opportunity.
You ever think about rat catching, Mac?
I can't say that I have.
Hey, it's pretty good pay, a little bit of dangerous work, but hey, if you're an old soldier,
Maybe I'll give it a consider then.
uh, Smokestack's gonna hand him a card.
Okay. You had Mac a card. You can kind of see Mac kind of nods to the card and kind of sits there quietly. He doesn't seem to be the most wanting to have a conversation. But
Yeah.
General Rush, he's got an audience now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so Bellamy, you sailed back in the what was it? Was it off the coast of You can kind of see General Rush not actually knowing much about the Navy struggles for a minute.
Yeah,
Uh,
and
the
I let him
the
spill for a
the
minute.
coast of the Arctic Sea, wasn't it?
Taylor, I don't know enough about what wars would have transpired at this point to answer that
Oh,
question.
to
So
answer the question, there's probably never been a war in the Arctic Sea.
yeah, okay. Oh no, I'd love to get myself up there sometime. I've heard crazy tales about freakish lights coming down in the night sky.
Oh, I do hear that. The I've heard that indeed. Now, Mac kind of chimes in as Russ goes take a breath. You mentioned something about the occult. Has something
Oh yeah.
happened? He says, he's still kind of finished tucking the card into his pocket.
Well, yeah, somewhat.
What has happened?
Well, just tales out of school probably, but I myself have encountered well suits of armor that move all on their own. It seems.
Here it
Yeah, heard it.
is. Was
Sorry,
this
what
in?
was that?
Was this here?
Uh, well, yes. I guess I can't really deny the fact that it did happen here, considering it was right outside the door there.
He kind of nods. I thought I'd heard something, he mutters under his breath. Mac kind of looks around, clearly wanting less to even be here. What are you looking for exactly? You came in here with a sword drawn, looking for a fight.
Nah. Maybe one fight, not more than that, though. Listen, Mac, my friend, and he's gonna put an arm around his shoulders, somewhat conspiratorially, leaning just a little bit away from Russ. He's gonna say, "Listen, Mac, I've got a good read on you. I think you're a trustworthy bloke. I think you're an honest type, straightforward. You like knowing what's on your plate before you, and you like dealing with that. I respect that. I appreciate that. So I'm gonna shoot straight with you. Someone here right now can't be trusted. And see, I want you in on my inner circle on this, all right?
All
Not
right.
for not for any ulterior reasons other than I think I can trust you.
Okay.
All right.
What do
There's
you mean?
been
Russ is still there, by the way, so he's hearing
y-
this conversation.
mhm. Yeah, no,
Okay.
I know. I
Okay.
know.
Okay. Go on though.
Russ. Don't worry your head. Uh, this is you know, this is a bit beneath your pay grade, probably. just a little minor tussle kind of situation. I'll tell you all about it over brandy sometime. Mac, would you follow me to this table over here? And Bellamy's gonna try to drag Mac along with him.
Okay.
They probably go in the hallway.
Oh, that's actually a good one.
Smokestack's gonna sit across from Randall Russ and start pick up the conversation so he doesn't feel
Okay.
left out.
Okay.
Bellamy's gonna give you a nice wink and a nod as he passes he passes you.
Can I make a charm check to try and make this go over smoothly?
I will let you roll a charm check. Yes. Just basically trying to charm Randall into changing conversation to you, and kind of let Bellamy get Mac away.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, just a distraction.
Okay.
That is a 99. So that is a bad fail.
I'm going to be entirely honest. This was more of a roll for a fumble. It does not take. It's not that you are charming. It's that Russ wants an audience.
I'll take it.
You have given an open ear. He definitely seems to be a little bit offended, and the topic of his gossip is a little bit directed harshly towards Mac and Bellamy for leaving the conversation as such. You didn't necessarily smooth over the bumpiness of it in any way, but he doesn't go after them. He is more than
lot of-
content to talk your ear off and complain about them.
Colonists, you never trust them.
Mhm. Pretty much.
It's a damn shame we're letting them have positions in the army these days.
You got to do the shush sounds. You got to have the posh lisp.
Damn shame they're letting these darn colonists in leadership officer positions. Let anyone in the armies these days. Back in my day, it was just good Britannia. Good Britannians.
Anyway, so while Smokestack has become the, as it were, sacrificial goat.
Sacrificial lamb.
Yeah. Bellamy and has dragged Mac out to the hall. Also, it is worth noting we've hit the 2-hour mark. I know we were planning on taking a break. I think this might actually be a decent little part to take a break and kind of pick back up after Bellamy's dragged
Yeah.
Mac into the hall.
Yeah.
Okay. Just because if we do launch in more into this room for now, we'll probably be in this room for a little bit. But we'll kind of take a break here. Max dragged up to the hall with Bellamy. Kind of everyone is set up where they are on the map. So if you have a need to
Sounds
go
good.
get, if you have a need to go get water or anything like that, do feel free to.
Our timed chat bot that you wanted set up hasn't been going off.
Thank you so much for the follow. Just another guy named Harry. You actually timed that perfectly because this is one of the few times where, during this, yeah, we're actually checking the chat. We are on a break right now, just for a little bit. If anyone needs to go get use the restroom break or anything like that, just to kind of address the chat and whatnot. But yeah, thank you for the follow. We are doing a Call of Cthulhu tabletop stream. We're taking a bit of a break right now. I'm kind of give everyone a chance to reset, address the chat, etc. Probably I don't know how long of a break we'll take, but we'll just take a good little break here. As long as anyone needs. In the meantime, though,
Caffeine.
you need caffeine. In the meantime, thank you for the follow, though. You're still finishing out your character sheet now, Ben, right?
Yeah. I need to just
Okay.
determine my credit rating and purchase some items.
The twist is that Bellamy is behind it all. That's the twist.
That's the twist. All right.
GM quickly scrambles to write notes.
We didn't
I'm
talk
gonna-
about it beforehand.
It was
Hey.
discussed.
Hey Taylor, we didn't talk about it beforehand, but it was me. I
was you.
killed Lord Fenric. It was me. I know you might have had other plans, but
It was you. Totally. We are rewriting the canon as we go.
perfect.
Checking all of the messages. Also, I am aware that the timed chatbot is failing me. And I don't know why the timed chatbot is failing me, because it is set up correctly.
It's just not working. No, you're good. I didn't know.
It
It's just not
always
working.
works when you test it, and never works when you need it to actually work.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
what I think it is the chat's obviously a little bit slow right now, because I'm not addressing it as much. Nightbot has a minimum of it's supposed to be like 2 chats in a 5-minute period before it will post it to keep it from flooding the chat when there's nothing there, which is fine. The problem is that there's actually not enough chat for it to have triggered initially. Anyway,
That makes sense. All right. I am going to go get a drink.
yeah. Go get drinks, take breaks. I'm here to address the chat. I don't have a view to your chat, but I don't know what your chat's been doing.
They've mostly been discussing how to conquer South America using pumpkins. So
I'm
that's
not
been
sure if that's
entertaining
a
to
joke
watch.
or not, but I'm sure that that's actually pretty true knowing your chat.
I'm not sure if that's a joke or not either, but I'll be disappointed if they don't make it a thing by the time I come back.
Okay. And hello, my chat. So who all do we have in my chat right now?
We've got quite a bit.
I
We have
know.
9 viewers right now.
We
I
have
think
9
I'm one of
I'm
the
assuming
viewers.
that most of the viewers are like at least half of them are
Are
people who
viewers.
are like in the stream. Cuz like I can look at this and I mean we have Gray, we have Favorian, we have Weefei
do-
who's Ben. But then I also see Mayo lurking in the chat, which is highly appreciated. I haven't seen
Yeah,
Mayo in a bit.
Moth was there earlier.
Moth was there for a little bit. We got Puffalo. Always
Yeah,
know Puffalo.
Crossfire. I really like your. Oh dang it! The avatars, because you kind of can get a view, like an idea of how many viewers are there.
Yeah, I really enjoy
Without-
them too.
Yeah.
Oh, that reminded me. I was going to change something, and I don't know if I changed it.
That's just a best post in Roll20.
Yeah. I would also like to point out to Ben that is on my stream screen. I don't know if he's aware of that, but for anyone who's missed it, Bellamay Jack just let us all know he's using the water closet, which is apparently Victorian slang for taking a fat piss.
God, you made choke on my chocolate. I'm choking or trying to scarf some down
Oh,
so I don't fall asleep
we
on
had
you.
Why did everyone jump? Oh, was it because there was a
You can
follow?
throw bombs. It's Pippin's favorite thing.
There is the ability to throw bombs. I made bombs free. They should be free now.
Actually, you could make them like worth channel points, and then actually have something to spend them on.
I don't think they're worth channel. It's coins, not channel points.
Oh, that's like I have 14,000 channel points on your channel. By the way.
You can donate to. Oh, do I have? Apparently, that border's still up. Why is that border still up? The
Which
border.
border?
I put up a border so when I am. You kind of see Buffalo's up floating aimlessly right now.
Oh.
There's a block border. There's Moth. Hi,
Oh.
Moth.
So it doesn't block your camera.
So it doesn't block my camera, but that doesn't matter when we're doing these. So I will get this. Hello, Moth. Though, appreciate you swinging by. How are you doing?
I'm gonna go check the baby. She's playing with Legos.
Yeah, you are good. When we take these breaks, it is however long of a break the people need. We will probably be doing this in a 2 hours, a break, and another 2 hours. That should be enough to get a good little session in. And the break will be however long it's needed, probably up to 30 minutes to maybe, like, if we really needed it, I guess an hour. But we kind of blocked it out for that much. Anyway, you're meh? Well, I'm sorry to hear that you're doing meh, Moth. Anything I can do to help? Would you like a free random fact? Because I did have them turned off for this stream, so people weren't redeeming them while I was in the middle of a session. I can give you a free one now. Yes. Okay, what's a good random fact? Good random fact.
Okay, Taylor.
Mhm.
So Pippin had a Lego bath earlier, so he had to separate them all so they could dry.
Mhm.
You want to see what she had built?
Is this what she built?
She built that.
Also, that's my baby. Have you seen my baby moth? That's
She's
my baby.
bald.
She's bald. You don't got a lot of hair. And that's okay.
That's kind of my fault, but it'll come later.
I have very thick hair. My wife has thin hair. There's nothing wrong with
My
that.
hair is thicker than my mom's, though. My mom
Yeah.
has really thick.
I am Polish and Celtic. I am
Yeah.
as hairy as could be.
Well, my problem is I was bald till I was like 2. So Pippin was pretty thin until he was about 2, and she's gonna do the same. Which is a bummer because I can't wait to like do ponytails and stuff.
Okay, I'm trying to think of a good random fact from Moth.
Oh, did she do that? Oh.
I'm giving him a free one because they're
Oh.
feeling a little meh, and I'm like, I can give him a free random fact. What's a good
Count
one?
Ben's
You got a
comic.
topic you're interested in? Huh?
You can count Ben's comic. Comment.
That water closet is Victorian slang for taking a fat piss, which I don't know if that's true.
Probably not. Water closet, didn't they even
Mutton shunner means policeman. I could see that.
Didn't the water closet usually was like a shower?
No,
Or
water
a
water
bathroom?
closet just means bathroom. I don't even think it's like Victorian slang. I think it's still used in parts of England today.
Yeah, totally.
Same with like powder room. It's just it's a
Ooh.
euphemism. Eldritch horror fact. Oh, we're getting into my subject.
Oh, but first, yeah, so Daffy also killed a deer by driving.
I what?
Spoiled our car.
Okay, yeah, I have total. Where is that your random fact?
Yeah, let's see. Justy Corn added that fact into the chat. So, yeah.
Drivers.
so
Oh,
Daffy was
random
part of
fact.
that.
Drivers kill more deer than. Yes, I have taken out a deer with my Corolla. It was named Gertie. May it rest in peace. The car. The deer took out the car too. Rural small towns for you.
Well, you were coming down from the mountain, so.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, Eldritch Horror.
Horror fact. Eldritch horror fact. See, I'm actually going to admit Eldritch horrors are not. I love Lovecraft's work. Lovecraft was a terrible human being. We all know this. Doesn't need to be stated. Terrible human being.
Mr. Giggle.
Mr. Giggles. But my personal favorite, there's a couple different stories. Call of Cthulhu is very well known. Are you familiar with the story of Call of Cthulhu at all? Moth, have you read it? Have you read anything by Lovecraft? Garbage human that he is, but
Okay.
decent writer of horror novels.
I've got something.
You got something?
I've got a fact.
Okay, well, hear your fact. I'm gonna get my fact in here. We're just gonna keep doing facts right now.
All right. Let's see. I just want to look up the author.
Okay.
Okay. R.J. Ivankovic wrote a Call of Cthulhu book for beginning readers.
Oh.
And it's so beautiful. It's kind of done like a Dr. Seuss parody, but it's the Call of Cthulhu story. And it's
You
so
know very little.
beautiful. It's in like rhyme and prose, and it's great. We've read it to our children a lot of times, even though it kind of go there. But it doesn't have as racist parts. It's kind of
when he wrote Rito,
it's so great, and I think he had plans to do a secondary Lovecraft book into the same Dr. Seuss style.
Dagon. I think it was Dagon was the one he was going to do. Or Secret. He might have been doing Secret of Ipswich. Anyway, so
Ipswich look would be good.
Yeah, Lovecraft was horribly racist. I don't think he might have been anti-Semitic too. He's a very problematic individual. He was a white supremacist, and like we're not talking product of their era. We are talking so bad that products of the era would still go, oh yeah, no, we don't associate with him. Lovecraft was bad. He named his cat the N-word. Bad. His books are really well written horror stories to an extent, but you really cannot deal with the man. And sometimes the books get some problematic language. Because of that. The book that you were referring to, Call of Cthulhu for beginning readers, took out a lot of that and told the story, which I do really, really appreciate. But I do just want to say, given recent events with Dr. Seuss, the fact that there's a Dr. Seuss style Lovecraft book is just
That's a little on the nose.
a little on the nose, given the two of them.
No, but I highly recommend it. Like
Yeah,
it's
it
geared
is.
towards older kids. Like our kids
Mhm,
are still too young for it, but
mhm.
it's so I love it. And I haven't actually read the actual Call of Cthulhu
And there
one.
are
I've
also
shadowed Release Myth.
the thing about Call of Cthulhu too is we use the phrase Lovecraftian horror and we use the phrase Lovecraft. It is no longer just his community. The Call of Cthulhu system that we are using pulls from many authors who write in that community. And there have even been attempts. There's an entire HBO show that is set up in basically it is a Lovecraftian. It's called Lovecraft Country. It's on HBO, and it is directly the story of African Americans dealing with like segregation era racism in a Lovecraftian horror story done by African Americans and other people of color. I haven't seen it yet. I do really want to watch it, but there is a community beyond him. Um, there is also kind of beyond that. Here is my actual Eldritch horror fact. Cthulhu, who is the most well-known Eldritch horror from Lovecraft's work, is a very you're too broke on this channel, apparently. Um, but Cthulhu is an ancient being who is sleeping at the bottom of the ocean, god of insanity, that when he raises, everyone will go insane and the world will end. What makes a Lovecraftian horror is the things that you are dealing with are not things that you can kill. They are things that will just destroy you because you are insignificant. It's the concept of an insect is nothing to a man, and a man is nothing to these cosmic horrors. Cthulhu is one of these things. However, Cthulhu is defeated in the book Call of Cthulhu, which is told in a bit of a manner of a son who's found his grandfather's or father's research and is kind of finding out all of these stories and putting together the tale of Call of Cthulhu. But how Cthulhu is stopped is Cthulhu actually does rise in the book. The way he is defeated is by it is changed by the way to exclamation mark N accept. I changed it because I added dice rolling. Um, and the D felt like it was trying to roll. Anyway, but the way that they defeat Cthulhu in the book, canonically, is as it rises from the depth, the sailor who isn't as insane as his other sailor that he is with him goes, oh crap, kicks up the steamboat into high gear, and rams it into Cthulhu's head, knocking him unconscious back into sleep. That is how canonically Cthulhu is beaten, and I just love it. It's just the matter of, oh crap, we're just hitting this thing onto full blast and ramming it.
And if you want to see that in a Dr. Seuss drawn format with lots of beautiful images, I posted the title and the author of the children's version.
Ah, Nightbot's beaten moth. Also, Cthulhu, as we describe him, and you usually see him, which is the tentacly faced octopoid cephaloid thing with wings, is actually not really canonically what he looks like. He's kind of described as formless by his very nature. They're not meant to be comprehensible by man, which is why there isn't a lot of good Lovecraftian horror movies, because you can't put the monster on screen. I think it's the Bird Box, which doesn't show the monsters, is probably one of the best give goes of a Lovecraftian horror. Also, The Lighthouse, if you have seen it, is another great Lovecraftian horror movie. Favorian, don't watch either of those.
Yeah, I'm not into horror movies. Okay, there are also some another fun random thing. They have a nope, they have a Call of Cthulhu like Tamagotchi
Oh
style
yeah, there is.
of your baby Cthulhu. I haven't played it in years, but they totally have one if you want to like look it up. And you like raise your baby Cthulhu.
What did you think of the Lighthouse Moth? I'd be curious on your take of it. It is a trippy art show. It's very artsy in all of the horror ways. Um, but yeah, that is Lovecraftian horror. Best summed up. My stream probably won't be. I really enjoyed the Lighthouse. I really did enjoy the Lighthouse. That is why I like Lovecraft's books. But that one. There you go, just a corn. Wasn't what you expected? Oh yeah, no, it is. I don't think you can ever know what to expect with Lovecraft. There is another movie. We should set together a watch party for this in my
Yeah.
Discord at some point. I don't know how appropriate this one would be. I don't know if you would enjoy it. But they made The Color Out of Space into a movie, which is my favorite
I could see that one actually.
Lovecraft story. I think it's
Um,
pretty graphic. But
yeah, we could parents guide it first. I will say this about our sessions that we've done in the Call of Cthulhu universe.
Mhm.
Ours don't usually hit as heavy horror as some of the books kind of feel.
Yeah.
Like when I read Shadow over Innsmouth, I'm like, I don't normally read horror, but it just was kind of intense. And I feel like we don't quite replicate that entirely into our sessions because they're kind of dread filled.
I try to keep, even when doing a horror session, I try to keep it light and fun. Which makes it not a horror session.
Pretty much.
Oh, yes, we should definitely do a Hogfather one. But the Color Out of Space one I want to look into doing maybe a watch party for, because one of the main characters is played by none other than the man, the myth, the legend, Nick Cage.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Actually, if
Like
he gets killed, I totally would be all for watching that. No
Nick
offense.
Nick Cage. If I were to look at every single actor and go,
He's not a good person.
I don't know how he is. They're famous. I assume all famous people are Taylor. Nick Cage is chaos incarnate and the perfect kind of insane protagonist for Lovecraft. I have not seen it. I have heard that The Color Out of Space, it's got very mixed reviews. But like if you're going to pick someone to go insane, Nick Cage is probably not the worst one. It's not the Bees one that Nick Cage is known for. This is from 2019. It's like
it's not that old.
no, it's a new movie.
Yeah.
It is not the Nick Cage Five Nights at Freddy's, but not Five Nights at Freddy's though.
Yeah.
Which I also do kind of want to watch. I got a thing for terrible horror movies. I'm like, the worse it is, the happier I am. Let's get it going. Let's really enjoy just a good terrible horror movie.
I feel like how more horrible it is, the more you reach into that satire thing.
I know. There is another movie we definitely need to do a watch party for. Oh,
Yeah,
also,
I really do want to do Hogfather. We should do that.
you can see my messy bed over there.
Yeah, you're supposed to hide it.
I display it. I display it
That's
with
okay,
pride.
You can see the messy shelf behind me, and not very much of it is my stuff. So
That box right there is sitting on top of my dirty laundry hamper, which I'm not going to adjust my camera for you to see. But that box right there is my what?
Are you using green
The green one?
It gets so gross when you use laundry hamper.
I may or may not be using. I cannot confirm or deny if I'm using the green one as the laundry hamper.
That's okay. We can toss it after. We had to toss the other two.
Okay, but then I have a cardboard box that I've stuck all of my vests in, and then I have my bed, which has my clean laundry pile at the foot of my bed.
That's okay. We put our clean laundry back in our suitcase. Oh, I'm so tired of living in a suitcase.
I'm an adult.
Oh.
Hello, friends. Hey, look at this! Look who decided to show up. Welcome to the club, Nightbot. Where have you been?
About time.
About time. You finally said it. You finally said it, and it's while we're on break and talking 2 hours later. but you have made it here, Nightbot, and I'm proud of you.
I think if you expected Nightbot to work before now, then you had your expectations too high.
That is probably true, to be fair. You can watch horror, otherwise I'll play a game. We should do, yeah, horror movies are best watched in company.
I think so. However, I totally remember watching. We were watching. What was it, like Insidious or something? in
It
junior
was
high?
it was Insidious.
And I walked out. I remember that.
You watched it. You don't do horror movies. Me and Ben
don't.
watched all of it. And it was
I
so
still remember that.
stupid. It was so stupid. The demon looks like Darth Maul, and
Yeah.
it was a bit breaking. And then there was the entire, like, it played some like creepy song, kid song about candy, and like
Really?
we watched it, and the scene was so bad. I ended up just cracking up watching it. I was just like, this
The
is
the song
ridiculous.
was that "Tiptoe Through the Lilies" by what's that one
There,
guy?
there we go.
Tiptoe through the lilies with the wind. Yeah.
Oh,
It's not Bruce Campbell. Bruce Campbell is an amazing man, though. Actually, I'm going to rephrase that because all famous people tend to be trash. Bruce Campbell makes some great movies that I thoroughly enjoy.
Bruce Campbell portrays amazing characters.
Absolutely amazing. Top of the line.
Top of the line characters.
Pip
This
Top
is
of the
my boomstick.
About 9.
Catches since the Nightbot. I don't know. Nightbot's body count is ridiculously high in the dual function that is my Streamlabs chat. How much water do I have? I've been chatting this whole time, and I realized I probably should have taken advance. And I got water.
Well, you can go use the bathroom.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take a quick break, real quick. All y'all's are in charge of entertaining my chat. Favorian, you're in charge
Alright.
of making sure they keep it family friendly.
I hope you're all ready for 3 hours of Gregorian chanting.
Yes. So we told the chat about the Call of Cthulhu for beginning readers. If you two missed that, because that
Yeah.
was beautiful.
That sounds pretty great.
Did I ever share that with you?
I don't think so.
We bought it a few years ago and it came with a PDF. I'll share the PDF with you. I don't know what else could we share with the chat.
Well, I could talk about all sorts of things. What things do we want to talk about?
I don't know. I feel like I've talked a lot, so maybe it's up to you.
All right. I was a young boy of 17 when I first discovered cocaine. It has been my life's work ever since. I've been selling it en masse. Started my own drug empire.
Yeah,
Luke,
but
that's a lie. You
You're
knew
right.
about cocaine back when we were 15, at least.
Hey.
wait, this is family, so you need to use a code word.
The white snow.
Goofy,
sweet-
funny crystal juice for fun times only.
For fun times only.
Oh gosh, you two.
Happy powder.
Oh, come on. Luke.
Sweet white crystal. No, I was you guys remember when we were doing our other Call of Cthulhu session? And
The one at Trevor's?
and we played as the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. We had our Spanish hunter.
Yes. Do you know that we never actually finished that one? He had
No,
a
we
false
didn't.
ending and a secondary ending planned.
Oh, geez. Tell him about the bioweapons, Gray. Oh, geez, Justicorn, that's a throwback. That is a throwback. So in junior high, back before I really knew about Dungeons and Dragons, I had to get my role-playing fix other ways. I didn't know that's what it was called at the time. I had no idea there was like this huge culture involved around basically playing the games I played on the playground as a kid, but with dice and stuff.
Yes, basically.
Yeah, so I didn't know about that at the time. So instead, I invented a convoluted world that I would play in with other kids in junior high in the library during the day. And I called them bioweapons. It was like anybody who wanted to play was a scientist with their own bioweapon, and there was these clandestine events happening behind the scenes. It was all very goofy. It was junior high. So there was like coconut rum and like the underground gum market. Lots of things that were topical to us at the time and that we thought were deeply funny. Um, it was very fun. My main one was a little character that I invented all the way back in elementary school named Skippy, and he was a murderous teddy bear who
That's
wore a red bandana and a denim jacket. He was great. There was Yeah, it was a fun time. Jessicorn here had one named Hams. Oh, Mr. Giggles, you demand satisfaction, eh? Except Flopsy was my personal favorite of yours. I like Flopsy a lot too. Flopsy was a bunny who was a professional sniper. Her and Hams had a sort of rivalry going on because they were both snipers. Oh, Mr. Giggles challenged Jessicorn. I thought he was challenging me. Never mind. We shall see how this fight goes. Not very well. Oh, never mind. Jessicorn landed a clutch crit. Sorry, Mr. Giggle. Oh, miss, though. You're not hitting, Jessicorn. Oof. And there's the fight. You're at a disadvantage, Jessicorn. He's a ghost type and you're a psychic type. My son has died for the second time. No, Jessicorn. Yeah, I like Flopsy a lot. Eventually, as I started developing throughout junior high, I started actually writing like little stories about them. I don't know if I ever shared them with anybody, but I always enjoyed them.
fun.
So be it, the very sleepy moth. You have come looking for a fight. You will find only your own corpse. So be it. You come to win, you come to die. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody's doing well. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I loved your scenarios. I love my scenarios too, Fly Dude. They really directly tied into the D&D games I would run later.
Yeah, I used to have moral complaints about D&D because I was fed some stories about like, listen, Ben, it's fine that you're a nerd, but D&D is just the last vestiture of a normal life. If you cross that line, then you've that's just way too deep. All right, Ben, don't go too deep. I knew people that they killed themselves because they played D&D and Satan worship, all of it. It's bad. So
Yeah, Taylor's dad was a little scared of it.
mhm. My dad
Oh
was too.
god.
He played D&D in the 80s though. And and then he had some of his own personal
We did.
experiences with it, and then the satanic scare.
Yeah, we did later get Taylor's dad to do a session with us, like a one-off once, and that was
Mhm.
That was fun. I actually remember playing in the one-off with Taylor's dad.
in the bathroom.
Ah, dang it, a very sleepy moth. You handily wrecked me. You absolutely destroyed me. Well done.
But it was
Um,
your scenarios that got me into it, because while I had all these uh preconceived notions about D&D, just telling stories in a library, that's fine. Though you finessed me into it.
I was very careful about it.
Uh yeah.
Come on, Fly Dude. Take the duel. Jessicorn demands satisfaction. Yes, go. Fight. Um, yeah, when I first found out about D&D, my mom had an absolute come undone. It was pretty much my dad who fought for me and championed that because he had actually played D&D when he was in high school as well. Um, Truth be told, my mom doesn't still to this day doesn't really like it when I do things that are geeky in general. Um, yeah, that's sort of an interesting aspect of our relationship. Having said that, though, of course, she got the biggest geek of a child she possibly could. Having having said that, though, D&D was very difficult to get into. I am 100% geek. I am purebred geek. That is all I am mostly. I don't really have much else going on. Um, Having said that, though, my first introduction to D&D was a guy named Connor Meads, whose dad was a super geek and played like Dungeons and Dragons online and World of Warcraft. Like that was their whole family. And
That's
so
cool.
they took me under their wing. And then he never actually ran a D&D campaign for more than one session. And
That's
I got really tired of that. So I was like, screw it, I'm gonna run my own games. And so I found Pathfinder because you could get the Pathfinder core rulebook for $10.
yeah.
And then we played Pathfinder. That eventually led into GURPS, and well,
Yeah.
the rest is history. Here we are now.
My first exposure was Luke running a GURPS of Discworld.
Yay!
I love Discworld.
I
GURPS
am
Discworld.
so into it.
That was a great session.
That was.
I had a necromancer wizard whose purpose was to infiltrate the witches and seduce them to get their witchery secrets.
I wish I remembered more details from that session because now I'm like the biggest nerd for Terry Pratchett, and I wish I could remember more of our antics. Taylor got me the rule book for GURPS for our anniversary, so eventually we want to do our Discworld session.
No, Fly Dude, you have to best me in a duel before I do a toot reveal.
Okay. I did a reset on the boss fight that I had set up in my stream avatars. Due to the fact that I accidentally started it, not knowing what the command would do, while I was away from keyboard. But now that I am back, I have reset it. And you can kind of start going while I guess we jump into session 2. But I am back, and I wanted to chime in, listening to this whole conversation, that my dad, his issue was not anything about it being like satanic or anything. It was 100% that he was worried I was going to get bullied.
Yeah.
That was one of my dad's concerns
That
too.
was my dad's
Yeah.
only concern.
So
My
and
dad's concern is
you
that
remember
he was gonna bully me.
Do
One
you
of my
remember
dad's-
when you did that one off with your dad?
Yes, we did do it. He played an elf.
Great.
He played an elf
Yeah. It
and
was like a bad A elf.
who had fancy boots. That's all I remember.
Yeah.
Oh, hello! Thank you for the biddies, Justicorn. Wow! Thank you for it's like 150 biddies. Wow. Okay.
Where hey Taylor,
Uh-huh.
I am forgetting what pool do so when I'm purchasing equipment, do I do it from my cash?
I have no idea how anything in Stream
We-
Avatar works.
Oh no.
No.
In Call of Cthulhu.
Oh, and Call of Cthulhu. Okay.
We don't follow that rule.
You just start with things that make sense.
Yeah, just don't go crazy.
Mhm.
Okay.
Start with things that make sense for your character. That's kind of what I do.
Boomerang, right?
Boomerang, yeah, if you want it, I'm game for it. There
Okay, good,
is
'cause
there
it's
is stats
listed.
for boomerang. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
like, that is a listed stat.
Yeah, so I made a copy of the weapon pages for Taylor so he can pull up direct stats really quickly for the weapons table from the 7th edition rulebook.
It's
Yes.
it's very epic.
Whoa. What's that?
Do you think a machete or like a kukri could be hidden on a say across the length of an entire thigh?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say yes, considering how many weapons my character packs.
I'm gonna say yes, considering I've seen a grown adult man do it.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
All right, cool. And then I don't know if I could get away with packing like a large shotgun or a carbine rifle or some such into a fancy party like this. I don't know how well that would fly.
All right,
You
Fly
can have
Dude,
my
you
name
won.
rabbit.
Okay. I don't know how this boss fight works too. But yeah, generally speaking, if it seems like something that you can reasonably conceal in your body, it's probably going to be concealed.
Okay. Then my boomerang boomerang is hidden beneath my coat.
I'm okay with it. I know
And
the size of a boomerang. You could probably reasonably conceal it.
All right,
It's like a looser coat, I
there
think.
was. We'll do it one more time for everybody who needs that. There we go. All right, you won. You won, Fly Dude. There's the toot reveal. I hope that was scandalous enough for you.
I'm actually curious. What's our dice game going like right now? We all got physical dice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm currently using a D&D dice roller thing that I found.
So here's my dice. Mine
I
are miniature stone dice, and I really like them, even though
Toot reveal.
they're weighted against me.
I have these ones. They are purple. They are crystalline. I got full size dice,
Ooh.
and it's also like it's got I'm gonna call them crystal cut. So like these are my D6.
Yeah, he has a D3. The D3 is really cool.
I got a D3. Oh, Mr. Giggles, thank you so much for the Giggles. I think there's too many eyes
Yes,
in your name.
giggles.
It is Giggles. Okay, thank you for so much for the follow, Mr. Giggles. Yeah, yeah, but I have a D3. I have the coveted D3 that people sometimes forget exists as a dice, and I also got a D2, but it's just a coin.
I also,
It's
because I'm a
literally just a
total
coin.
nerd, have a add-on on my Chrome that is a dice roller, and I highly recommend it.
This is a Pfenning. I'm gonna mispronounce
A
it.
coin.
It's a coin. It's a German coin
Let's see. Oh, I can't remember what
from the
mine is.
Bundesrepublik of Deutschland. A Pfenning.
Mine's a Netherlands coin. Not that we ever use the D2, but
Yeah.
Right now, I'm using a set of aluminum dice that Jesticorn got for me for my birthday.
that's so cool. I think metal dice would have a good weight to them. I
They
like
do.
stone, but my D20, for example, rolls on the lower end versus the higher end. You get natural weighting in the stone, and I feel like you wouldn't get that with metal.
Stone tends to have a much harsher bias than other materials. Also, I have this, which I don't know if you can see it. It is my dice case. My wife has one too. We
Mine
got
Oh,
is
these
that's cool
for
smaller.
looking.
anniversary gifts.
No, we did it for Mother's and Father's Day last year, and we're just like,
Yeah,
we're
that's
gonna
right.
get these and just pretend to be like surprised.
Yeah. It's made out of purple heartwood. I love it so much. It's
Oh,
from
mine's red.
Elderwood Academy.
They're super fun, but they're kind of pricey.
And then I also have these dice, which just look pretty. Which are just like a standard polyhedral, but they actually have like markings on them.
I should get you like a stone or a metal dice symbol.
I would love a set of metal dice, but they come in this container, and I absolutely love this can. These dice are from not these ones. These ones are from like a standard D&D store. These dice were from the Crystal Case, which is an amazing website for your clicky clack goblin dice needs.
That's where I got my metal ones, my stone ones, I think.
But I like it because it came with this little dice box that actually works pretty good. It's clearly meant for more dice, but the button is super sensitive.
I thought I packed that. I think I
No,
brought it
you
with
sent
you.
it with you. You gave me the chance to take my dice, and I took my dice.
I didn't remember that.
If I had, you were lucky I didn't bring even more of my clicky clacks. I was limited in the amount of clicky clacks I could bring.
How many slices of dice do you have?
Hey, how do I
Do I need to
calculate
answer that?
the half strength?
I only have 3 total, and Pippin has 1.
You just have your actual number.
Yeah, just you have the actual number, and then it's fit the actual number. There's a
Well,
cheat sheet.
if it says I deal damage 1d8 plus half strength.
The fifth
Half
and
strength.
chart is
Yeah.
Hey,
What is
the
this?
half and fifth chart is, I think it's at the very end of chapter 3. It's like the very last page of chapter 3.
Okay,
There's
no,
a
no,
few
no.
things here that
But
they say damage. For this is for damage. It says
these are
1d8
these
plus
are on the
half
weapon sheet.
STR. Yeah.
I was going to say, there's a melee damage bonus that's calculated from your size and strength. That's usually what melee weapons use.
Yeah, it's usually the DB damage bonus, but
Yeah.
this specifies half strength instead of
What weapon is
Ouch.
this?
the boomerang.
I'm pulling it
Huh.
up right now on the weapon table.
It's not the only one that does that.
Oh, no.
Let's see.
I would assume it's half of your fifth strength value.
Throw 1d8 plus half strength.
Dang, that's awesome.
That's like one shot Cthulhu with a boomerang, the ultimate power.
It can't be half my strength score. That's just ridiculous.
45 damage.
That
Yeah.
is
Enough to end a building.
No, there has to be a modifier somewhere.
there
that
is
it's
something
referencing.
that we are missing.
Just a sec.
Where is it?
Call of Cthulhu, War,
Let's see 7E
Is it on
Boomerang.
401 or 402?
half STR damage.
War boomerang.
It's a typo. It's meant to be 1d8 plus half damage bonus.
Okay, they say that someone clarified.
Someone
Okay.
clarified this because
That's insane. Yeah.
I was gonna say.
there's an entire thing on Reddit. The boomerang even Cthulhu's scared of.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it sounds like it's been a typo. It sounds like some copies have it corrected. I know we're
Okay.
all using the same copy because we all have a PDF we use. But yeah,
So if my damage bonus is only 1 and half of that, does it round up or?
It's
Oh wait, my
Cthulhu,
damage.
we always round down.
I
in Call of
see
Cthulhu,
what it
you
is.
always run down, but
My damage bonus is 1d4, so I just roll a d4 and add half of that.
yes,
Gotcha.
rounded down.
There you go.
And that
Truly.
is pretty standard for any thrown weapon, whether it is throwing knives,
Yeah.
whether it is, I think, shuriken, whether it's a spear, whether it's a rock. It's whatever the damage plus half your bonus damage.
Yeah.
Also, with
okay.
throwing weapons, it's worth mentioning. The kind of the rule of thumb with it is, so in combat we haven't actually had proper combat yet. In combat, when you take your action, if the opponent is aware, they have a couple things. We lost Moth, by the way, in the boss fight, and I don't think I
We'll
can.
miss you.
I don't think I can heal them now that they're dead.
You lost me. I died like way before Moth. I'm not sure why you're now concerned. I mean, Moth lasts longer than I did. I didn't even get to
Because
do anything.
I didn't want Moth to die.
Well, I didn't want Moth to die either. I'm just saying.
I'm doing what
Hey.
healings I can. I think
Wait,
this
how do-
boss is gonna beat us.
I've been killed.
Yeah, I was killed a while ago. Don't feel too
Hey,
guilty
is
about it.
there a way to find
okay,
a
I
list
was-
of all the commands?
Is there a way to find the list of all the commands in here?
Oh, I think I got killed a while ago. I'm not there.
You had to join the fight, and I don't know if you joined.
Oh,
time.
yeah, no, I didn't. No, but I would like to look up the commands later.
I
That's
know
really cool.
I know that there's a command claim, but I don't know.
I'll Google it later. That is awesome.
Stream Avatar's got some really cool things. This is definitely going to be probably a staple of these breaks, is run a boss fight, because it takes a bit of time. I'm kind of letting it play out a little bit, because I'm just like,
Yeah,
oh.
no, that's fine. Yeah.
But before I forget, so combat-wise, if you are both using melee weapons, they have the option to dodge or fight back. If you are using a ranged thrown weapon, and I'm dead now too. If you're using a ranged throw weapon, you have the option of either I forget what the term's called for it. Either dodge, or if they are close enough to you, fight back. Did we beat the boss?
Not yet.
We did beat the boss, with
Oh,
one
my thing's
person
behind.
standing straw.
My stream is far behind.
200 gold for all of us. Straw did the final blow. Redeemed the rest of us. Okay. Anyway, we'll definitely be doing those again. That's fun. Um. Anyway, so yeah, with a ranged weapon, they can either dodge, or if they're close enough to you, they can fight back. If it's a gun, they can roll for dodge, but they don't dodge. It gives a penalty die if they're successful, and it's called hitting the deck. Basically, they drop to the ground or behind cover.
Yeah, okay.
Um, but that's what that is. Also, I removed the cost for bomb
Thank
for
you.
better or for worse. It is
Pippin is
it,
going to love that next time he
it is
plays.
free.
Good.
Okay, we are all here. Is everyone ready to go again?
I believe so. There's not really much of a reason to purchase anything other than weapons, right? Like
So generally speaking, taking a look at your credit rating, kind of give a determination of
your living
where
standard and
where your
everything.
living standards are, what items you might have, and if there comes a time where you are buying things, we will address that. I want to keep most shopping kind of things off stream.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. That bogs down a stream so bad. But yeah.
So we will
Also,
kind of
in
do
general, Jay doesn't really he's not gonna have it be crippling if like you're broke or like it's just
yeah.
it's a tool that he can use. It's not we're telling the story of how broke or how rich you're getting.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
If
What if
if
I
there's
want to tell exclusively the story of how broke and how rich I'm getting?
A
um
man's rise through financial literacy.
so what you need to do is get your own talk show.
Excellent. What do I
And
roll for that?
you roll parental privilege.
All right, hold on. I got a 77. That's double sevens. That's super lucky, right?
super lucky, but unfortunately not enough. Anyway,
All right, well, what do I get as a concession?
you get the ability to believe that you own your own talk show, but in reality, you just sit out on street corners and scream at passerbys.
And
I'll
you
take
use
it.
your sanity.
To clarify, this is Luke, not my character.
Yeah, this is 100% Luke, not his character.
Oh yeah.
All right,
It's,
so if
it's
you'll
more
excuse me,
stating
I've
what's
got a
already.
street corner. More stating what's already This is how we met Luke.
This is how we met Luke.
Grey Griffin. Is he was shouting on a street corner about financial literacy.
Yep.
The fact that I can just like pick up Pokemon and just yeet them out of existence makes me smile.
What?
Yeah, it's one of the benefits of
You
the
need to walk
program,
through
really.
it.
It's
One
something
of
that.
the reasons.
Are you
Okay, you could
intentionally
do
a Beedrill, by the way?
Wait, me?
Yeah.
No. Last I checked, we were a Pokemon or no Pikachu for Pippin, but
Well,
I
you're,
usually put it, make it a Magikarp.
well, you're a Beedrill right now.
Yeah, I don't know how to change that on the.
You gotta go to the About page to change it.
Yeah, I don't think I can do that on my phone. So.
I don't know. I don't think you can either.
There's a.
If I pull it up on the computer, I can't mute it, so I'll do it later.
Okay. Well, have
Unless you guys want an infinite feedback loop.
yeah, enjoy the lurk, Mikey. Thank you so much for the lurk. And hey, look, there's the other chat
Finally!
message.
Finally.
Okay. There are those two chat messages which are supposed to automate throughout this somewhat, but don't. I don't question to know the ways of Nightbot. Nightbot just does what Nightbot does, and I say thank you. Okay. Let's. Oh, okay. I got really confused there for a second because I looked at my clock and thought it said 11, and I'm like,
Have you not changed it for daylight savings?
no, it is. It says 12. I'm just blind.
The clock in the bathroom here didn't get changed in the fall, so now it's finally correct.
If you wait long enough.
Basically.
Are you surprised?
No.
I love my
not at
parents,
all.
but the Christmas lights are still up on the house too.
Yeah, but I think that's just some people keep them up all year.
That's true.
Now, I
Okay.
will say though, they are on point for Halloween.
Oh, yes.
This
My
is the Halloween house.
we will have to. We got in the local newspaper for how far out we go for Halloween
I
decorations.
remember that. That was what, 2014 or
2014.
2013?
It
Well,
was
it's
the it was
2013. It
the
was
year we did
the
carnival.
year I moved. Yeah,
Car-
I wasn't there.
carnival, not like carnival, the party, Brazilian
Yeah,
carnival like
no,
clowns and
it was in 2013.
tents. 2013,
Yep.
A good year.
a
A
good year,
simple
a
year.
fine year, fine vintage.
Fine year.
Anyway, let's get back
That was the year.
to
That was
was
the year me and Taylor were doing long distance.
was that?
We were doing long
Yeah.
distance.
Oh, second time we've been doing long distance relationship. I do not recommend, viewers. It's fine. We'll survive, but I do not recommend.
Hey, I could easily conceal a elephant shotgun if I just walked with a limp, right?
Yeah.
Just one stiff leg.
Now
Something
you
that
could
the
I'm
weapons
I'm not
chart,
gonna say no.
something the weapons chart
Yeah.
doesn't state. Some of these weapons are illegal.
now hear me out.
Oh.
You could also conceal an elephant shotgun in a rifle case that you just carry
Oh.
around with you.
I could carry around a rifle case with me.
You could also carry around a bass guitar case, or
Yeah,
I guess just a
guitar,
bass.
or like I think maybe a viola might be too small, but
Nah, I couldn't carry around an instrument. What if someone asked me to play?
then you
You
play.
could play him a little song. You could blow him away with your performance.
I roll to blow away the the, the viewers.
Well, all right.
I'll throw out one consideration for the elephant gun, though. It's a quaint little
Keister,
$400, which I
keister it,
what
man.
happened? I'll just keep
Slice
yeah,
it.
keep
Slice it.
no trouble.
No, no problem at all.
God gave everyone their own little pocket.
Okay.
If not for
Well,
elephant guns, then what?
okay. Well, we're
with
gonna
that,
we're gonna
with that.
with that. Let's get back to the session. I have done something. I have broken something on the GM's view. Why is everything transparent? Oh, okay, we're good. I fixed it.
What layer are you watching?
I was on the wrong layer.
Basically,
Okay, so this is still on a good spot. Okay. As you look here at the stream when we last left off, we currently have Smokestack distracting General Randall Russ. We have Macklin speaking to Estella, and Mac has been pulled aside by Bellamy into the hallway to have a little bit of a private conversation. So, what is it you want to talk about?
Me with Mac?
Yes.
All right. Well, Mac, I reckon. Sorry, I need to remember where we were. Just a sec. What is it I wanted to talk to him about?
You were telling him
Yeah,
about
that's
the
right.
events going on in the manor.
Well, Mac, here's things as they stand. There's been a bit of a murder here tonight. Well, kind of. There's been a bit of an occult activity on someone who is purported to be alive before, who we now realize has been dead for a few days tonight. And trying to catch the perpetrators before they strike again.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take a guess as to who.
Go ahead.
Fenric?
Yeah, he's the victim.
He's one of the only
Good
people I
guess.
haven't seen.
Yeah, apparently no one's seen him in about a week or so. He's been dead for a few days.
I'm going to
But
admit I was one of the later ones here, so.
right, right. Well, here's what we've gathered so far. Me, Smokestack over there, the rat catching hobo looking man, and the young lady Estella up there. Uh, we are more or less cleared of guilt. We're the ones heading this one. We're the ones that found the body together after we heard a scream up in the foyer. The other ones that we've processed, so to speak, are the butler. He knew a little bit more than he had let on initially, but we've more or less cleared the fact that he's just following orders as is. He hasn't actually perpetrated anything. He's just sent out invitations and not told anyone that his master was dead a few days ago.
Okay.
Uh, Other than that, there's a good doctor. Let me scroll over and find his name.
Canon.
Hanley
Cannon.
Cannon.
Good Doctor Hanley Cannon, who is staying with the body right now, and there's a pair of politicians somewhere around here. Yeah. Uh,
So,
Somewhere around here,
so
one
somewhere,
floor away.
somewhere
I
around here,
also
there's a pair of politicians.
I also like that in the hallway there are just two destroyed suits of armor just sort of
Yeah,
lying
just
around.
lying on the floor. Mac
Mm.
hasn't specifically called any attention to them, but it was
Aside from
mentioned
that,
that there was a fight. Anyway,
mhm. Aside from that, there's some other odd goings on, such as these here little statues popping out, trying to take a few swings at me and me friends.
have you been having a little bit of the
No,
perchance?
actually, not yet. I wish. I almost did. Haven't had time yet. Been rushing around.
He pulls out a small flask and says, "One soldier to another."
I'll drink to that, mate. I'll take myself a little swig.
Okay. It's a fairly mild whiskey. The kind that you need something to help make it through, but you're also moderating how quickly one would drink too much.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, okay.
So, I suppose you're pulling me aside to ask what I know?
Yeah, what's your read on the situation? No offense meant, but you seem a bit of a cynical type, someone that's not necessarily here to ingratiate themselves, but here to make an appearance. So I'm wondering what your views are, mate.
How do we put this? I care not for Fenric. I'm not going to pretend to be sad that he's gone. Um, he's he cost me the life of a few good friends.
Ah,
So I don't
yeah.
not stupid enough to start a fight with the man, especially at a party like this, but I'm not going to pretend to be traumatized when I'm not. That being said, there's quite a few people here. I don't know much about what's going on, but the ones that I've met in the room and a few of the others, I've arrived about a day ago. Um,
Hmm.
I've currently, well, they didn't really have a room for me per se. Um, so I've actually currently been setting up in the study. The butler Theo was kind enough to turn one of the studies, the one by the library, into a bit of a bedroom for several of us. Obviously, the women were given guest rooms, but the men
Ah,
are all sharing
yes.
the study as a bit of a temporary resting spot. It asked me a little bit strange. Of course, Barnaby Walters and his wife were given the large room.
Ah, yes.
They
Of
were
course.
close friends, at least politically. Um, I don't expect them to have any negative reasons unless their dealings go further south than I realize.
Huh.
Other than that, the only person I know of that, well, I guess there's two of them that I would strike some suspicion. Not that they've done anything, but I guess in terms of having a reason to see him harm. One would be Ebenezer Carpenter.
Ebenezer
Um,
Carpenter.
yeah, he's Fenric's. I think his nephew. If Fenric something would happen to Fenric, I know, or something would happen to Fenric, he doesn't have any children. There's a chance Ebenezer is trying to get a cut of it. The only other person that comes to mind is having a reason for him gone. Well, I mean, need we see more than his estranged fiancée, Janice? They've been in, what, promised to each other for 30, 40 years now. She even showed up wearing a widower's outfit.
Oh, yeah.
If that's not a statement, I don't know what is. She arrived earlier this morning.
Well, that is bit of an indictment there. It's quite a statement coming in dressed like that to a dead man's house,
I'd
but wouldn't put it past it for just being dramatics.
it could just be. It's the only ones that came to immediate mind, though.
Yeah, all right, right then. Well, thank you. You've been a good help here, Mac. Here, and I'm going to hand him the sword. Keep this on you. Keep an eye out. Keep an ear to the ground. And do your thing.
I will. I think I'm gonna keep an eye on the other people in the sitting room. To be honest,
That's a good call, Mac.
there's been
I
things
appreciate
going
that.
on. It'd probably be best to minimize the amount of people going between rooms.
Indeed, indeed. Uh, yeah. So keeping everyone to whatever rooms we can, if we can manage. All right then, Mac. Thank you. You've been a good help. You're a good soldier, a good man. All right, let's head back in like nothing happened.
How quiet are you trying to keep this?
This conversation.
No, he asks. Yeah, he asks how quiet you're trying to
Oh,
keep the situation.
hmm. Well, we don't want to cite some kind of panic, so relatively quiet, but basically trust your judgment, I guess.
Kind of nods. I will do that.
Right then.
The two of you kind of sneak back into the room. Mac kind of takes up a stance, kind of here towards the corner, where you kind of keep an eye on what's going on in the room. Janice, the grieving widow, estranged fiance, as it were, has kind of moved to the window area, and Georgia Wallace is currently heading up to this door, just about to leave, her wine glass empty.
Uh,
Kind of as Bellamy's walked back into the room. Obviously, Smokestack's currently listening to Russ talk about old war stories, and Macklin and Estella have kind of been sitting in the corner catching up, like old acquaintances or friends.
mm,
Smokestack's going to try and find a time to wrap up talking to Russ and go talk to Janice at some point. That doesn't have to happen right now, just in
Okay,
the docket.
in the docket.
all right.
Yeah, no, kind of as Russ kind of starts to kind of ramble on, he sees Mac having re-entered, and you kind of take the situation as he goes back over to start bringing Mac back into the conversation, his fellow soldier. You have the opportunity to sneak off towards Janice. And what about? Are you still just talking to? You have a really good spot to kind of listen into the room, Estella, while
Yeah,
you're
that's
having
what
this
we're
conversation with Macklin.
I think we both are.
You and Macklin.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So the two of you are kind of eavesdropping in on the room on what's going on. Bellamy has walked back into the room as you kind of see Russ head off to Mac, Georgia heading towards the door, and Smokestack heading over to Janice. What do you do, Bellamy? We'll kind of get to your and Janice's conversation. I'm just trying to figure out where everyone's gone to.
I think Bellamy's gonna, uh, seeing Georgia Walters, heading for the door. I think he's gonna try to catch her. He's gonna try to, Miss Walters. Mind if I ask you a few questions, ma'am?
Okay. So we'll kind of bounce back and forth between here. You've kind of
Yeah.
taken off to catch Georgia. We're going to go over to Smokestack. As you approach Janice, who is into spinster age, she's been engaged to Fenric for again 30 to 40 years. Probably engaged at 18. We're probably looking at late 40s, early 50s. Unmarried woman in the 1800s.
Oof.
She kind of looks to you and immediately gives you a smile. You know the look of someone who is just glad to see someone who isn't pompous. You aren't rich, you aren't wealthy, you are. She probably knows you're a
Dirty.
rat catcher. I wasn't gonna say like she knows that you're dirty. I
You're
suppose that's.
filthy. She could smell you a mile away. The
Hey, hey,
stink of the
hey,
sewers hangs like
hey.
a thick soup, thick
He smells
cloud.
like mint. We've already been over this.
Yeah, mint can be in a pile of. Okay.
Good save, Ben.
As my grandpa used to call Pine Sol in a stinky bathroom. Oh, it smells like shushy forest. I'm sorry, I try not to swear. It's better if it comes off better if I swear, but
Yeah,
I still
but
try to
you
catch
know
myself.
what?
we we
Sometimes
understand.
it's better when you have like the fake cuss words.
Oh, we all like
Okay.
we all like a good fake cuss word.
So,
They're great.
having said that, uh, Smokestack's gonna approach her, and he's gonna pull up a chair. Actually, if she has a chair up,
She's
and
currently standing. She's kind of yeah. She's actually sitting down at a table near the window. There is an open chair there.
all right, Smokestack's gonna sit next to her and just kind of sit quietly for a moment before looking over at her and saying, "Uh, well, gonna be honest, wasn't really expecting to find uh, this is gonna sound maybe funny, but what feels like a bit of a kindred spirit here. Um, you've uh, you've got an air about you of somebody who's been discarded and left a wee bit bitter as a result.
She gives you a smile. Ah, it's always good to meet a rat catcher. You are the people who understand how the city works more than most.
Yeah, us and the bone pickers. Now we have more dirt on anybody than just about anybody else. Just not in a position to use it. But uh, hey, when did, if I may ask, real quick, because we're in the middle of a bit of a investigation going on. There's been some nasty things that have happened around here tonight. Uh,
All right.
what Smokestack's gonna glance around and make sure like nobody's very obviously listening in.
Mhm. The with the exception of you have the feeling Estella is, Ross and Mac are having a conversation and they're the next closest to you, so you're probably pretty good.
All right. Hey, um, your fiance, your BU, whatever you want to call him. Uh, I'm sure you'd probably have a couple of choice names for him yourself. He's very dead and has been for a couple of days. Um, Now, for the record, I don't care. I don't. I really don't. I really don't mind that he's dead. I could see why there's probably a couple people here who'd want him dead. This seems like a high, well-to-do affair and something I wouldn't normally want to run afoul of. Um, so I guess my question for you is mostly, did did you kill him? Because if you did, like you, I don't know. It's not like I'm gonna be telling the coppers or nothing, but I'm mostly just kind of curious at this point.
To answer the question, did I kill him? I was too slow.
All right,
Did I know he was dead before I got here? Yes.
okay.
An
You
old
know who did?
Romani woman told me. A friend of mine.
Yeah, yeah. The Romanis. I don't mess with them.
They're
Nobody with
good
my right
people.
mind does. They're good people. You just don't want to run afoul of them.
That can be said about anyone.
Yeah, but especially them.
Well,
Having
yes,
said that, uh, well, so she told you he was dead, huh?
quite. In pretty simple words.
Fair
I'm.
enough.
We're. I can see you're a learned man. She just kind of towards some of the symbols peeking through your robe.
Oh, yeah.
She teaches me some of her ways. I teach her some of mine. She had a little bit better, clearer sight than I did that day.
That makes sense. Um, if I may be straightforward, then, which I have been so far, and I don't really know how to not be, so uh, Do you have any idea who might have done it? Aside yourself?
Hm. No, unfortunately. I wish I did. I'd give him what little wealth I do have left.
Yeah, it's perfectly fair. Well then, um, pleasure talking to you. Might want to stick around this room because, uh, well, you got some life left in you, and I just assume keep it that way. You seem like a perfectly pleasant woman.
She,
Um,
she kind of gives you a light smile and then kind of very gingerly pulls out an old necklace with like an old Celtic protection symbol on it and just goes, I'm covered, but thank you for your concern.
all right, sounds good then. Just as a general heads up, seems like Mac is on the level at the very least. Um, Randall, for his part, seems like an idiot, so I can't imagine he's very much of a threat. A dangerous idiot, an idiot with a lot of power, but not the idiot who'd go about murdering him in the way that he did. So,
Yes, the Ross isn't. He's a general. He's not the kind who does his dirty work himself.
yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Anyway,
All right, pleasure talking to you.
you as well. Be safe out there.
You as well, man.
As you kind of break away from that conversation, Bellamy has been stopping Georgia as she starts to head out the room. Georgia turns to him as he kind of had let out a. Wait, hold, ma'am. Oh, what is it you would like, young man? Are you there? You're muted.
Sorry, I forgot I muted myself. I say, what was it I just said? Sorry, man. Well, frankly, I'm a bit of a fan of yours. Yeah, you're on the forefront of a few hot key social political issues. I would respect a great deal. So wondering if you'd be willing to talk about them a little bit, or I guess just allow me the pleasure of getting to know you a little bit.
One, that's a pleasant change of space, and two, what do you want?
Ah, yeah. All right then. Uh, I'm curious about your relationship to dear old Fenric. What is it exactly that you're doing here? I think I got an idea about why your husband's here.
Me and my husband's relationship is a unique one, and I do not question. Uh,
Psychology?
you can roll psychology, as she kind of says, I do not question why he would ask me to come to a place like this.
That's a 33. I'm specifically wondering if she knows about his what's going on in literally the next room.
What did you roll? You rolled a 33?
That's a regular success, yes.
Regular success. Do you know what a beard is?
A beard?
A beard. Are you familiar with the term a beard?
Uh, Maybe.
A
Depends on the
beard
con.
a beard is a term for someone who marries a member of the
Yeah, yeah,
LGBT
yeah, yeah, yeah,
family to
yeah, yeah,
provide
yeah,
them a cover.
yeah,
She
yeah,
is
yeah, 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 yeah,
very
yeah.
much a very aware beard.
She's like, oh yeah, no, I have a gay husband, and it's
Like
for convenient. It's yeah. Okay.
100% aware. Not surprising given some of her activist stances
Mm-hmm.
that she's probably into this, and whatever she is herself doesn't really matter. But she's 100% aware, rather unbothered by the whole thing.
Yeah. It's a formal arrangement to hide true
Formal,
intentions
formally
behind.
arrangement. She's very much aware of what her husband's doing, and
Gotcha, gotcha,
could
gotcha.
could care less. Probably has a few secrets of her own.
Yeah, all right, all right, all right. So you hear your husband's request, but you didn't have any personal stakes or anything, any personal relations with the dear old lord.
With that, Lord, no, none at all, to be honest.
All right, all right. Oh, I'm willing to buy that. Uh, well, I guess it's a pleasure meeting you then, ma'am.
It's a very short. Did something happen?
In a manner of speaking, yeah. Uh, hmm.
I'm going to take a step back to this. You burst into this room with her. She kind of gestures towards Estella with some level of knowledge. The rat catcher
Uh huh.
and wielding a sword.
Indeed.
She nods, grabs her book, and sits back down, deciding not to leave the room.
Ah, very sharp woman. Sharp. He's just gonna nod and smile and all right. and and he's going to so how's Macklin and Estella look? Do they look like they're just like can't be just like looking out the room having a good time chatting with each other?
They look like they're having a good time chatting with each other. I think it's become a little bit apparent that they are very well listening to what reading the room, if
Hmm.
that makes sense. They're having a conversation. It is a genuine conversation. But Estella is at least, and Macklin seems to be as well, kind of keeping an eye on the room.
All right. Um,
I
make my
will.
way towards smokestack then.
Okay.
Can I just appreciate for a moment, just to call out real quick? Um, we have an Australian Navy vet, a rat catcher, and some lady who runs a library,
A
and
librarian that's strapped.
a
Yeah.
librarian who is carrying weapons. And somehow we managed to handle this whole situation without just like barging in and saying, "Yo, somebody's been murdered."
No, it has been done with surprising grace and elegance. That's the thing. Like I'm just letting it be. I'm like, okay, yeah, this is what we're doing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Smokestack nods to Bellamy. Aye, what'd you find?
A number of things. Oh, so there's a young pink lord there.
Yeah, yeah, no, he know we're talking it up a little bit earlier. He's quite the bloke.
All right. Excellent.
Able to jump 50 stories and kill things with his vision.
Ah,
Shoot heat rays.
one of those vision killers I've heard so much about. All right
Oh,
then.
that's right.
I think the young lord's more of the kind who have taken off from his home at 13 with an animal companion to take on the world.
Oh
Oh, that
yes.
too.
Bit of a late bloomer then. Usually they leave at 10 with their animal companion.
He waited a couple years, trained up the animal companion at home, going and swinging.
All right. Well, here's what I've been able to suss out. It seems that Mac is on the level. We can rely on him to not only not be the killer, but to keep a good eye out for us. He seems pretty on the level. By the way, I'm mumbling smokestack. We're keeping it nice and quiet, lean together.
Yeah, yeah.
Seems like Georgia Walters is intelligent, perhaps dangerous, but definitely astute. She doesn't seem to have much of a connection to the Lord, though. Seems like she was mostly brought along as a plus one.
Well,
Uh,
given she's probably not a hired assassin, we can probably knock her off then. I have quite an experience working with back alley investigations and such, taking care of things the police won't. Being a rat catcher means you catch some pretty big rats sometimes, if you catch my meaning.
I think I do. Rats get quite large down in Australia. You wouldn't believe the size of them.
I, well, that's fair. I meant like people, but like
Oh
as a
yeah, yeah,
euphemism.
yeah. Rat bastards and such. Yeah. Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah. Uh.
Um, good job. What I'm saying is, most of the time when somebody kills somebody else, unless they're being paid to do it, they've got a personal bid in it. And Georgia Walters doesn't seem like the kind of person who'd take money to do it, and doesn't seem to have much of a motivation to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not a ton of reason. None of them seem to have much of a cultish sort of leaning to him.
No.
General Randall over there seems to be more of a teddy bear full of hot air than anything else.
Yeah, yeah, I kind of picked up on that. Here's the thing: we're not really looking for somebody who's into the occult. We're looking into somebody who's pretending to be into the occult. It seems like that's more of a cover. So that's why I cleared the butler, because those runes up there were pretend. They were just playman's runes. Those aren't real things. Those aren't going to protect nobody from nothing. Janice is clear. She totally would have murdered him if somebody hadn't gone to him first. But well, I mean that's that's quite the alibi in my mind at least.
Listen, we're not here to catch people who would have if they could have. We're here to stop someone from striking again. So,
Exactly. So I think Janice is quite clear. Having said that, I think we can more or less clear everybody in the room right now, unless Estella's picked up on something we missed.
Looks like Estella
Es-
has moved over to you, so.
Estella,
Yeah.
what have you picked up in your with your friend over there?
Not much more than you two.
Right then, and you can vouch for your friend.
Right. Killing's not his thing.
All right then. Right then. I think we've more or less cleared everyone in this room. Mac said he'll do his best to keep everyone more or less centralized. Georgia seems to be on the level and is decided to remain. I think we should probably move on.
If it's somebody who doesn't know what they're actually doing with a cold, they may not know how to handle themselves. So
That's a,
hopefully we can find someone nervous or on edge.
that's a good point.
Now, if we need to start putting people on edge, I could start wearing my charms a little more openly.
That's a good point. That might be able to suss out a bit of a
Yeah.
twitch here or there,
Mhm.
a look of recognition.
All right, then, give me just a second. Smokestack just sort of like whips off his coat, turns it like around, and all of a sudden it's just covered in charms. Just
Okay.
all sorts of little charms. So
There's a
before it was
witchery.
yeah, before he was wearing it like quietly because he was making an appearance at like an official party. This is what Smokestack normally looks like. Sort of just this walking occult charm, basically. Talisman shop almost.
Okay.
Well, it's should we move north or west?
We could work systematically through the house.
Yeah, there's something spooky going on in the ballroom that we might have to look into at some point.
All
Especially
right.
if it's been locked for so many years.
Uh, yeah, it's been locked up tight, and given the other crazy things that have been happening, I would assume it's something right spooky. It is.
All right.
I'd be willing to bet my coat.
Okay, I'll take that bet.
All right, fine. Smokestack holds out his hand.
I'll take it.
Are you.
All right.
So, to clarify, you are betting that there's something spooky, and you are betting your coats that there. You're betting your coat that something isn't Bellamy?
Yeah, it's gonna be mundane
Okay.
In the ballroom.
in the ballroom specifically.
So, wait. In the locked ballroom, Bellamy is
In the
saying locked ballroom is going to be mundane. Okay.
Hey, if I win, I get a nice frock. I get a nice frock officer's coat. Not going to say no to that.
And if I win, I'll get a witcher coat.
That's a fair point.
Okay. All right. There are actually, as you kind of sit there, deciding to do this slightly
Um,
systematically.
Sorry,
Sorry.
I'm gonna throw an icon onto the ballroom and put a lock on it. It's not an actual NPC. Just letting y'all know.
Just a little marker reminder.
All right, then. Well, Estella, north or east? Or west? Yeah, I don't know which way is north. Hold on.
North is up on the map.
Yeah.
So north or west?
So north or
North or
west.
west?
Is every door to the ballroom locked?
You've only tried one door, but
Okay.
Theo had said yes.
I'm gonna throw those on all the doors.
Favorian can see the full map, by the way. They do have GM view. Same with me.
Gotcha.
So if you're like, wait, how does she know? But yeah, she can see the full map.
Mm.
Um,
I'm just gonna put one over this.
she's helping me maneuver things and put icons and stuff. Just to...
Yeah, that's why. I can see exactly what is covered by Fog of War and what isn't. I think technically I can change Fog of War, but
You can technically, but yeah. This is also why
There are-
GM notes are kept separately from this sheet, because she doesn't know everything. She just knows a little bit
yeah,
more.
I have access to some charts, but not everything.
How about we go north?
Right, might as well.
Okay. As you head up to the north door, you kind of quickly open the door, and it opens into a bit of a uniquely laid out hallway. Give me 1 second to reveal it. I'm just going to reveal the whole room because these are all well lit. You know, you can kind of see it when you walk in. But, yes. So yeah, you can kind of see this whole hallway. There is a long straight hallway with a door at the end and a door to the right at the end. You can kind of see here. Why does that never work? Okay. Here. There we go. And there are 3 columned pillars revealing an open thing. There is a young man currently leaned against the wall outside of a door, as well as a second door that you can clearly see. And you kind of see that there's more hallway up here, but it is a little bit out of sight from where you are kind of entering in.
All right. Walk in. These are curtains. You said these.
They're like pillars.
Oh, okay.
So there's like 4 gaps between, but there's kind of like
I
pillars
gotcha.
there.
Just wondering what the dotted lines are just saying they're open. Gotcha. Okay. I'll walk up to the young man and say, "Hello there. I haven't met you so far. What's your name, young man?"
The young man kind of quickly looks up a little bit surprised. Oh, it's Ebenezer, he says, kind of offering a bit of a hand to you.
Ah, Ebenezer. My condolences. I just heard about your uncle. It's a real shame. I'm very sorry to hear that. I'm gonna shake his hand sadly.
What
Shake my
what
head.
about my uncle? Ebenezer says. So
Psychology. Is he fading?
roll.
Estella, we need you in on this.
Yeah, I roll psychology. I
24.
try and
Regular
roll.
success.
Regular success. Anyone can roll on this who wants to, but this is a very bold play by Bellamy. What?
Pass.
Pass. Okay. Ebenezer is genuinely shocked to hear that something happened to his uncle.
Yeah, but guiltily shocked?
As in, he
Hmm?
wasn't aware something had happened to his uncle.
Oh, you don't know? I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
What do you mean, the bearer of bad news?
Ah, well, no sense heading on it now the cat's out of the bag. Your uncle, alas, has died and then been defamed as a corpse.
He succumbed to steel poisoning.
Mm.
I steel poisoning.
Yeah, it's when you get stabbed and you bleed out.
How is
Well,
that poison?
Well, the dead, aren't they?
I suppose. I. s- When did this happen? Who are you?
oh, we're the first on the scene. Yeah.
But who are you?
Oh,
I
I'm
just
Captain Bellamy Jack,
I'm
the Royal
Smokestack.
Australian Navy. Oh, yeah, this is Smokestack. He's a famous rat catcher. This is our good friend Estella, the librarian.
Smokestack takes a very, very big bow.
Archivist.
Oh, pardon me, Estella, of course.
he kind of like stares back and forth between all of you, confused. And you just. What happened to my uncle?
Well, yeah, give me a second. Do you know if anyone's in that room right there to the side? And you're going to point at this door over here.
Yeah, that's the cigar lounge.
Is anyone in there right now?
The Soto brothers.
Soto brothers, eh? Uh, why don't you follow me to the other side of this hall then? and
Where do you go?
pull him just over here,
Okay.
just a little bit of distance in case someone maybe happens to listen in.
Okay.
Smokestack's gonna stand over by the door.
Oh boy, Ebenezer. Well, see, so far as we can tell, Uncle died a few days ago. Butler had his specific instructions to leave the body as is and invite everyone down here for a big shindig. We show up, hear someone scream, we run upstairs, and there he is, splayed on the floor, guts strewn all over there, limbs sliced open, a real gory mess, if you would believe it. And surrounding him is some sort of fakey occultist symbolism. We're trying to make sense of it all. Someone's going around, if not murdering, then mutilating corpses, and we're trying to catch him in the act. You, as his nephew, someone standing to inherit, is a bit of a suspect, just a bit. So we figured we'd come give you a little questioning.
As you start to kind of dump all of this information onto him,
Yeah.
talking about the occult symbols and the mutilation and all of this, you can kind of see the rather inexperienced kind of young man just suddenly become very. He kind of gets a little bit more and more nervous as you're describing it, until eventually he just kind of goes, I think I'm going to be sick," and immediately takes off, kind of half running.
Oh, hold up there.
Um,
I'm gonna follow
do
him.
you try to grab him or do you follow him?
I think I'll try to grab him at first.
Okay, you can roll a strength check.
All right. Is that just a percentage against my strength is normal, right?
Yeah, is your flashlight on, Favorian?
Uh,
Sorry.
oh damn, it's
I
not.
was just like,
I
what's
lost
going
my
on?
dice.
Holding a star in your hands.
No, one of my dice fell off, so I had to.
That's a 20, which is a hard success.
Okay. All right. So um, you kind of grab him by the shoulder, and as you do so, and he kind of grab him, stagger him. You hold on to him. He tries to get away, feeling incredibly nauseous.
I'm gonna pat him on the back and say, "It's fine. Let it out on the floor here, mate."
He does just
Should
all
I?
kind of like into like a nearby flower pot. Um, immediately kind of just loses his the contents of his lunch into a nearby flower pot.
Did I get
Mhm.
anything from that psychology check I rolled?
Um, oh, he is very much shocked and like genuine shock, genuinely surprised. Kind of at the bursting in and going, "Oh, sorry to hear about your uncle," and then Bellamy going into graphic detail describing what happened to him.
Listen,
Very
I
sensitive.
I think that we've firmly established that he did not do it. You're welcome.
He is he's very queasy. He's kind of sitting there. He doesn't look well. He's clearly kind of panicked. I think I need to sit down.
Yeah, I'll reckon you might want to go sit down in the formal sitting room. You understand we don't really want too many people wandering around the hallways while we're checking things out, trying to make sure everything's safe. Yeah, let me walk you out to a neat chair in there. Come on, and
Hey,
I'll walk. Hmm?
Ebenezer, before you go, here, take a quick sip of this real quick. Settle your nerves.
Okay. Um, kind of giving him a little bit of giving him. Is this the same one?
No, this is this is much lighter
This
stuff.
is not the like the minty Everclear. Okay.
No, this is the stuff
Okay.
that I use for cleaning things. This is
Okay.
this is like basically just very watered down. I'm not even sure what you'd call it. Just kind of very watered down wine, kind of.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like it's kind of light watered down. It kind of takes a little bit of a sip of that, and I'm just going to take a quick second to address like a little mechanic thing. I have a channel points reward where one of the viewers can basically redeem, and they'll get the chance to roll the next NPC roll that comes up. Banana did redeem it, so next time an NPC has to roll, we will have him roll in my chat for
Oh.
it. Just pointing that out because it's the first time someone's redeemed it, and I wanted to explain it real quick. Sorry about that.
What's
Um,
the command?
it will just be Command D, whatever that roll would be. It's like
So
D10,
like,
D20,
uh,
likely a D100.
yeah. So
Okay.
it would be like a exclamation point and then D100.
Yep.
Unless it's a damage, then they would roll the damage dice.
Yes, or something else like that.
Okay.
Anyway, but kind of giving him the little bit of a flask, he kind of takes a sip and kind of breathes a little bit deeply. Thank you. He kind of hands it back to you.
Hey, you hold on to that one for tonight, huh? I'll get it back later.
Okay. I think. Are there still people in the sitting room?
Yeah, it's probably best to go be with people. My recommendation would be going hanging out near Janice, probably.
I'd really rather not be around people.
Ah,
Hmm.
it's probably best if you're around somebody rather than not. How about we set you up a chair just right outside this door then?
Which door?
Just
Probably the sitting room.
This one right
just
here.
this door there.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. Setting him up a chair right around it. You get the feeling when he says that it's very much a comment of it's a little overwhelmed right now. He's a little shocked and dazed. It's very much and a little bit of a public image thing too. But
Yeah.
yeah, kind of sitting. You kind of get him up a chair and kind of letting him sit out there. He just kind of sits there for a moment. Thank you. I'll stay here and I'll make sure I don't wander off.
You're welcome. Hey, what's to be expected from the people in the smoking lounge besides, smoking?
It's the Soto brothers. They are. To be honest, I don't. My uncle gets some a bit of an odd collection of people that he knows.
No idea what you're talking about.
But there's
Says
there's
the rat catcher standing next to the Royal Australian Navy.
there's Cole Soto. He's I think a former roommate. I think they went to a college together. He's an older man, and his younger brother Jerome, or Jeremy. Sorry,
No, it's Jerome.
it is Jerome. Jerome Soto, who is I don't know what he does. He collects quite a little bit of things. I know he's a bit of an eclectic collector, but the two of them together, kind of, they're a bit. I don't quite know how to put it. They're odd fellows. I wouldn't trust them, but they're not trouble.
All right.
Fair
Take
enough.
that into consideration.
Smokestack is going to press a finger to his lips as he approaches the door
Mhm.
and presses his ear against it.
Okay.
Is there a way to aid other characters in Call of Cthulhu?
There isn't per se, especially not in this situation where it would be a listen
Gotcha.
check. You can't make him hear better.
Are you sure though? What if I press my ear against his other ear and then it's 4 ears listening through the same hole? See?
That's pretty good. That's thinking right there. That's
Yeah.
thinking.
The transitive
Yeah.
property of ears.
Exactly.
Property of you.
Um,
Bellamy pulls out his listening horn and hands it off to you.
give me a roll. Give me a roll.
All right. That's gonna be a failure.
It's gonna be a failure. You can hear arguing, but the nature of the arguing is not inherently obvious.
Smokestack just opens the door casually then.
Okay. As you open the door, you see the two brothers sitting in a cigar lounge. There's a thick smoke kind of filling the air, and both of them are sitting there. Cole with a clear pipe, and Jerome with like a kind of fat cigar, kind of smoldering, kind of bickering back and forth. They're both older gentlemen, but Cole has a very clean, crisp look, and Jerome has a kind of grimy edge to him. He reminds you he's not a highborn rich man. Reminds you
These are my people.
reminds you someone you would see working down at the docks, or they don't come from the high-born English. They're just the good old Londoners who have been here for years.
Common folk.
Common folk, yeah. Well, Cole is well-to-do, but Jerome's clearly a common folk.
Interesting.
Jerome gives you a bit of a smile. Hey, rat catcher, Mr. Jingles, what you doing here?
Nice to meet you, Mr. Jangles. Not too much. Just
He called you Mr. Jingles.
yes. Not too much. Just looking into a couple of happenstances. What's been going on around here? A couple of funny things happening here tonight. Figured I look into them before funnier things happen. Since it's going to take a while for the cops to arrive, more or less.
Ooh, cops are coming.
Probably not for a while, and not until one of us calls them, and I haven't called them yet. I'm sure there's a couple of people over in Scotland Yard who'd like to talk my ear off, so I just assume be out of here before that happens, personally.
Well, it's best to keep cops out of the situation if we can help it, in my opinion.
I'd be inclined to agree with you on that one, mate. With that in mind, you happen to know anything about what's going on then, or just general practice?
Oh, you can't say much. I just met here and saw my brother was here, been a bit, but just catching up with him about how his business is doing. It's good to see him. We don't talk as much
Oh,
as
yeah.
we used to. He kind of gives his brother a bit of a slug on the shoulder. Cole looks rather disinfluenced to be here. They were clearly having an argument that Jerome is playing off really, really well. And anyway, he says, "Please just call me. Name's Jerome. Friends call me Jerry.
Mind if I call you Jerry?
I would consider you a friend, wouldn't I?"
Sounds good, Jerry. You can call me Smokestack.
All
I haven't
right.
said that.
Banana, would you roll a D100, by the way, for me? This is your NPC roll. And Luke, Gray, give me a spot hidden roll.
All right.
52.
Bad.
Regular success on spot hidden.
Okay,
It
regular
was
success
51,
on
if
spot
that
hidden.
helps. Well, that's hilarious, actually.
Okay. As you're sitting there, kind of shaking hands with Jerry, as he's called his name.
You notice him slip a poison needle into your palm.
Oh, dang it. Not again.
Bum, bum, bum.
You know, with the character sheet,
I'm pulling up his character sheet. Yeah, for what this roll is.
it's compact character sheet number 3.
Yeah, I know which one it is. Yeah. I do not think he's just base value for this. Okay. I'm not going to say which skill until I know if he's passed or not.
Well, if he's base value, I don't think any skill starts at 50.
Yeah.
No, he failed it. As I was just kind of seeing like how bad he failed it. As he kind of shaking his hands, you feel Jerry's hand start to slip, trying to grab one of the most valuable looking odds or ornaments that you have on you. You know a good pickpocket when you see one, and he's not a good pickpocket. As he tries to just find the single most valuable item on you to quickly pocket himself. Your character notices this happening. It is up to you and what you do.
Smokestack grabs one of his items and slips it into his hand. Like very, very noticeably.
Very noticeably. See, as Jerry is going to try to steal one of the.
I don't think Smokestack's making it noticeable to like everybody else necessarily, but it's very good. It's going to be very obvious to Jerome what just happened.
Okay. As you slide Jerry a kind of one of the talismans on you, it's probably worth a few coins in metal. He pauses, he realizes he's been busted. He kind of puts it in his pocket and gives you a bit of a head nod in the um game recognizes game, except he doesn't necessarily have game type.
Recognizes he just tried to play somebody who's got game.
Before he kind of gives you a bit of a smile and kind of says, "All right, so cops though, What exactly happened?
Hey, real quick, do they have like this is a smoking room? Is it just a room reserved for smoking, or do they
Yes,
have like fancy cigars set out for guests or
there
anything?
are like fancy cigars and everything like that. This is a room that in the height of the manor, which is a little bit odd laid out. He's always been a bit eclectic, but at the height of the
Mhm.
manor there probably would have been some kind of servant here who would
To
to
light and clip
specifically
your
tend to these.
cigars.
But it is
Yeah.
at the very least a very nice lounge that does have cigars lined out, and it was set up probably by Theo to be a really good kind of set up for that.
I'm gonna grab myself a fat stogie and come post up right here behind my friend's smokestack, lean in, ask for a light.
Yeah. The smokestack flips out a lighter and gives Bellamy a light with his. I think he's got like a sailor's lighter, one of the ones that's based off of like a little rope wick.
Oh,
Okay,
those are
Oh
cool.
yeah.
okay, I know the kind. Giving him a bit of a light, and as he kind of takes a puff on the cigar and leans back a bit, or kind of, I'm assuming you do that a little bit.
Yeah. I'm posting up behind him.
Mhm. You can notice just that kind of Cole keeps staring over at Estella every once in a while. In the well, this is the 1800s. Cigar
Oh,
lounges have requirements.
and she's missing one of them.
She's missing one of them.
One
Why
or
is my
three
arm so
things.
like
One to
make
three.
me leave?
Yeah. Oh, and Estella, full to her credit, is 100% giving him the try me, come at me, bro, stare from across
Hmm.
the room, to which Cole is not going to. Jerry could seem to care less.
Common man. All right.
Common man.
Just gonna come right out and start talking about it. How are you two introduced to our dear benefactor who's invited us here tonight?
Well, Cole says, talking in. You know, do you know when people talk in a nicer accent than they were born with?
Yes,
I'm
Yeah.
doing it right now.
I'm actively doing
Define nicer. Um. Anyway, no, but Cole has that like slight trying to undercut, probably a very similar accent to Jerry. Um. Well, me and Fenric went way back. We were back at the academy years together. You know, back when we were both. He was studying biology, and I was studying geology. I am a geologist by trade. I work at the mines. I make sure that things, well, they run well. It provides the money to help support my lifestyle, even if some of us aren't willing to quite put in the work. He kind of gives Jerry a bit of side eye, who smiles proudly at the noted side eye.
that.
Right, and I know him because, unlike this lot right here, I actually did real work. Often did jobs for Fenric. We can call me a bit of a choir gov, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
If you need
Cog.
something, I can get it.
Jeremy, why didn't you open with that? Smokestack's gonna give him a much bigger handshake. You're a good person to know.
Well, that's what I try to be.
Good to know.
That's
Good
what
to
I
know.
try
Good
to
to
be.
know.
And it's Jerry, by the way, but I ain't gonna judge too
Jerry,
much for adding the M.
Jerry. Sorry about that. Hey, Cole. Also, I respect the hustle. For the record, for what it's worth. Having said
Right.
that, uh, yeah. Yeah, Bellamy's dead. Not Bellamy. What's his name?
Fenric.
Fenric. Fenric's dead. He's been eviscerated in sort of a cult ritual sacrifice thing.
Yeah, you were his roommate, right, Cole?
Here we get into
Cole
spooky stuff. Just
Cole
like
is a little
not
bit
giving
taken
bedtime.
taken a little bit a bit aback right now, a bit of the sock, bit shocked. Jerry is very much the he's a common man. He's seen crap. Oh,
A
someone's
common man
dead.
on the left side of the law.
Yeah.
He's seen a lot of stuff.
Cole's kind of taking a step back as you start to bombard these questions at him. What happened?
Like you
When did
said,
he die? I mean, I haven't even been here that long, crammed in the study, which is barely enough room for all of us, while the boiler rattles on needlessly.
Yeah. You've been dead few days. He was only mutilated less than an hour ago, though, I'd reckon.
What? I would never understand you commoners. I mean,
Why?
well, no
What do you mean,
dignity.
commoners?
You're talking about
You
a.
were born. You were born the same as your brother. I hazard to guess. What do you mean, commoners? Now, hold on a minute. I'm taking some personal offences. I think I understand why your brother was yelling at you a minute before. What? You got better blood than I do? Sure as hell you don't, mate.
I meant no offense, sir.
Oh, you definitely did, and that's all right. But let's be honest about it, all right?
Fine. I'm wasting my time here. I didn't realize that Fenric would be letting in the common rabble. Now, if you
Thank
don't
you.
mind,
I appreciate your honesty.
he says, kind of, now, if you don't mind, I have better things to do. He kind
Yeah,
of
I'll
tips
stick you
his hat
between
and
the
goes to
ribs if you
leave.
don't stay right here.
Oh, roll intimidate. Roll intimidate with bonus die or advantage. So roll your tens and takes, which is basically to say he 100% believes you will stick him through the ribs. That is a genuine threat.
No joke. I just got a 1.
Oh, he. I'm not even going to roll for him. He just locks up and stares you like, right? Okay then, I will go stand in that corner with your permission.
No, you're gonna go into the formal sitting room where you're going to spend the rest of the night, and seriously reconsider the fact that I don't care how rich or how much blood you got, it spills all the same when you get stabbed, huh? I pat him on the cheek, and I take whatever is in his right breast pocket, just very overtly from him. I don't care what it is. I just grab it like a watch or a cigar case. It's mine now.
Okay, his right breast pocket.
Yeah.
You
What's it
reach
say on his character sheet?
you reach into his right breast pocket and pull out a small leather-bound journal,
All right.
kind
That's
of a planning guide, as it were. He wants to object, but he does not with a 1.
cool. I pat him on the cheek. I'll give this back after I give it a good read, huh?
All right, and he kind of takes off to the formal sitting room with that.
Okay.
Sorry about that, guys. Got my
Cole
blood
or
boiling a
yourself?
little bit there.
Cole, Jerry's still sitting here.
Ugh. Sorry
Right.
about
Bloke
that,
your
Jerry.
brother.
No
I
worries.
kind of
No worries,
I
Gov.
kind of
Oh, sorry.
lean over to Smokestack. We probably can't shove everyone into the sitting room. It's going to fill
No.
up.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Sorry. Just needed him out of here.
No. I'm just saying as we continue through this building.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going right round trying to make sure everyone's together with someone, probably rather not want to be with my brother, if you get what I'm saying. I believe there were a couple people hanging out in the dining hall, but I do know. Oh, I think it was. Oh, what's his name? I'm not terribly good with names. I think Willard was it? Was off on his own. He's a bit of an old duck, that one.
Willard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, to be honest, I don't know much what's going on, but I probably don't want to stay around here by myself if someone's been murdered.
Now, I'd suggest you head on up to slipping into Southern. I'd suggest you head on up to the Lord's room. I'd recommend. Who do I care? I don't care if you're Nick nothing. Head on up there. There's the doctor and a couple other folks in there that probably a little more to your liking.
That sounds about good. I'll see you later, Gov.
I'll talk to you later, Jerry. Better believe we'll be in contact.
He kind of takes off through the room and
Bye, Jerry.
kind of seemingly quite content with the company that he's made as you kind of start to get people vaguely rounded up. the couple people you know that are going to keep their eye on him in each room, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
Um, left alone in the cigar lounge now. Where do you go?
I slip out and up north.
You slip out and up north. As you are slipping out of the cigar room, put yourself back by the door if you wouldn't mind. You slip just out of the room when you hear a scream from another part of the house.
Listen check. Where's it coming from?
Yeah, which direction? Maybe
Give
not
me a
that
roll.
way.
You can all roll listen.
90.
Oh, I think I passed. I think I have base.
I don't know if I succeeded or not. 64. Listen is only 60. I failed that one.
Hard
Where's my
pass.
listen? Where's my listen?
Hard pass for you.
Yeah, on the base.
I failed
Nice.
hard for sure. I got 90.
Okay.
What's my regular listen though?
As
There it is.
you
20.
were stepping out, the scream came from somewhere nearby. And you look in time to see the young Ebenezer Carpenter,
Okay.
who was standing up here. You
Mhm.
you hear the scream like right as you get to the cigar door and quickly have just enough time to kind of look around the corner. The other two aren't quite fast enough. But you kind of snap your head in the direction of the scream just to catch the slight corner of his foot as he gets pulled through this wall.
All right, I
Running.
motion to these guys, and we go examine the wall. It's just kind of
She
a
goes
come
heads to
on.
the wall.
It's just like a come on gesture.
Okay. Does everyone go to the wall?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw his foot.
Okay. As you approach the wall, it is. You rolled a hard success on the listen.
Hard success.
What is your movement speed?
Oh, mine I think is 8 or 7. 9 actually. I'm surprised.
9?
Yeah,
Nice.
That gives you 18 spaces.
that's almost my
1,
dex.
2, 2, 3.
9, 10, 11
Okay.
from the doorway, and then 2 across.
Okay. You hear. Everyone kind of runs towards the wall where you saw his foot. And then you hear around the corner the sound of a door opening. As you run round this corner,
Which corner?
um, this corner here,
Okay.
you find Ebenezer.
So is this door open?
Yes, this door is now open. The rest of
Okay.
you,
Would,
I'm going to
would
reveal this areas. This
that door?
door is now open, as
Mhm.
well as this door.
Okay.
And as you you kind of run around the corner, you see Ebenezer, as it was, getting dragged through this door, and clinging to him is a large, shapeless, gelatinous mass.
Okay. Brown.
See
How
through,
big?
partially engulfing the young Ebenezer as it drags him through. You can kind of give me a red icon if you want to for this.
Sure. How big?
It is going to be. Give me 1 second. I'm kind of decide how big of a token icon I want for it. It is going to be the same size as a person. What's your build? Which is the biggest of yours build?
Not me.
No, I know not the
Um,
two. Do any of you have a
my
build above
build.
2?
No. Mine is +1.
You have a +1 build. What about smokestack?
Are you there, Gray?
Gray?
Yeah, I didn't. Sorry, I didn't realize build was like its own stat.
Yeah, it is a stat. Build is used. So there's size And size kind of lays into build. Build is the combination of how big is your character and how kind of strong and bulky your character is. Does that make sense? You can have a large
Yes.
size because you are a beanpole of a man with no strength.
Right. Yes.
But if you are Dwayne the Rock Johnson, you're going to have high size, high strength, and high build.
Right. I think because my build, I guess, if that's just like the adding of strength and size, that's how you get your damage bonus, right?
Correct, and your build is related to that. Do you have a damage bonus?
I do. I have 1d4 plus 1.
What is your damage bonus, Ben?
1d4.
1d4. So you probably have a build of 2.
Yes.
I believe when the build is +2, it goes from a d4 to a d6.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Where's the 1d4 plus 1? Okay, we're going to assume a build of 1 or 2.
Yeah, we can look it up later. I think it's on page 38 or around there, 41.
Okay.
But
This thing is big enough to fill a doorway. That's how big it is. That's what this ultimately boils down to.
I
It's
made it very slightly larger. That's it.
Yeah. Big enough to fill a doorway, and it is half wrapped around Ebenezer. It looks a bit like water, but very kind of thick. Like it's a slime it's a slime monster. It's a slime monster. It's not a cube, but it is what
Slime.
it's a slime that's kind of half wrapped around Ebenezer, who is kind of screamed and clearly panicked. And as all of you kind of run around this corner and see this just shapeless mass pulling the young Ebenezer into it, I'm going to need you to roll a sanity check. This is like something that none of you have ever seen before.
Yeah, okay. Sanity is a normal d100, right?
Correct.
94.
All right.
I pass.
Who passes?
I do. I'm gonna grab my weapon soon.
Oh, heck yeah. I also got a 94 gray.
Did
Yeah.
either of you pass?
No.
Okay. You both failed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Favorian, watching this young man get pulled into this slime monster that is clearly trying to eat him. It is attempting to dissolve him. In fact, you can see maybe bits of previous stuff in it. It's a bit shocking, and you take 1 sanity point damage.
Lovely.
Ben and Gray, you take 6 points of sanity damage. You have seen crap in the sewer, Griffin, but this is like nothing you've seen before. It's mostly in the sewer. You don't go down this way. This is what happens if you go down that way. You
Yeah.
avoid it
Yes.
for the reason. It is kind of viscerally shocking to just see around the corner, and particularly to see Ebenezer getting hurt by this thing. You kind of had a little bit of, you kind of feel a little bit bad for him after you put the poor kid through shock. I'm also gonna need both of you to make an intelligence check as you take 6 sanity damage.
Yeah, okay. So real quick, so the insanity, it looks like my sanity stat is 55, which means I just mark 55 on this chart here, and taking 6 damage, I move it down to,
49.
49. That's it, right?
Yes.
Don't need to alter the max or anything.
No.
No.
Okay.
Your max sanity is 99 minus your Cthulhu mythos.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which I don't have a skill yet, so it's
No
not
one should have
showing up
anything
on
in
my thing.
Cthulhu mythos.
It starts at your power though, to begin
It
with.
starts at your power to begin with.
Yeah, I think after we get the end of the session, we should talk about regaining sanity points.
Yes.
Cool.
There are many
I
ways
got
to
a-
regain sanity.
Got a hard success on that intelligence check.
Okay,
I got a failure.
you got a failure. Okay. Ben, nothing further happens. Gray,
All right.
give me 1 second. I gotta pull something up.
Okay.
You are kind of shocked to your core a little bit. You've seen a lot in the sewers. You kind of thought you were prepared for this, but it's always been feelings. It's always been studying. You haven't ever really had an occult experience until this moment. And seeing that actual, real, undeniable experience for you, it is intentionally shocking. You kind of, well, you you space for a moment. You kind of like blank out. You kind of just like this moment of panic as you just kind of see what's going on and that you can't immediately help it. Okay, here we go. And as I'm gonna have, we're going into combat, but Luke, basically your character is shocked, and you are going to be shocked for you won't have an action for 2 rounds.
Sounds good.
Is kind of what this is going to break down to.
As Smokestack freezes up.
You just kind of do genuinely freeze up.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, bum. And yeah. Yep. Okay. We are going by order of dex now to react. We have entered combat. There isn't such thing as an initiative roll in this. It is based off of dex. So what are your dexes?
65.
70 for Favorian.
65 for Smokestack.
Okay. And by the way, it is not that I'm going to point this out. It's not that your character is necessarily frozen. It's just that you don't have control of them for these first 2 rounds.
Makes perfect sense to
I
me.
have taken control because your character is temporarily just gone a bit shocked.
Sounds good.
So you have 65. We have a 65.
I win.
We have a 70. You win. And okay. And okay. First up is the creature. The creature knows it has been spotted. It's kind of slowly been dragging him. It couldn't get very far. Probably pulled him through the wall and then was making it to the store somewhere. It makes as much as something like this can make a decision, you see it spit out Ebenezer. And kind of quickly it tries to take off. Well, it does. It takes off down the hall. So spitting out Ebenezer, the creature takes off down the hall.
Can I throw a dagger?
When it comes to your turn, yes.
Okay.
But it gets a chance to move first.
Okay, I moved him a little bit.
I did see that, but it's actually a very fast creature. It kind of runs down this hallway, and you kind of see it turn through this door.
Okay.
You do manage to see it turn through the door, having spit out Ebenezer.
Can I run here and throw a dagger?
Your movement speed is
Oh,
9.
yeah.
It's very fast. It's got a movement speed of 12. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, I think I probably looked through this room, but it's probably already gone.
Well, it depends. So your character probably chases after the creature. You had a 9.
I just want to get close enough to throw a dagger.
Okay. It doesn't close doors behind it, for what it's worth noting. It kind of just slams through the doors, kind of opening them up as it goes. Kind of because that's quicker than trying to like get its whole form underneath the door. So you actually run in and do see this. And you have moves. You're here, so let's see. That's
Yeah,
2,
let's go
4,
here.
6, 7, 8. Yeah, you can get a clear shot still. It's
Okay,
through a doorway, but you can move into the guest room and get a clear shot with a throwing knife.
Yeah, I do. I pull a knife from my boot. And let's see, 43 is a regular success.
Okay, regular success.
Yep.
Okay, you throw the dagger, and it kind of spins end over end, towards the creature. It slams into it. It is a perfect throw. This creature is very easy to hit. And the dagger slams in it, travels cleanly through uninterrupted, and sticks into the wall behind it.
Does it not deal damage?
It's a slime creature.
Lame. I rolled really great for damage.
It is a perfect shot, but it just passes clean through the creature. It is now on to.
Can I say something?
You can. You can yell something.
Anybody got gunpowder?
She yells that. It is Bellamy's turn as she yells that.
Bellamy is going to try to catch up to her.
I just
He's
realized
got
I
a
gotta
speed of 8. Or move of 8.
speed of 8. So basically that is 16 squares. I'm going to say that is reasonably enough to get into the same guest room as her. We weren't keeping track of spaces too much before. I'm going to say
Oh, yeah.
that was reasonably enough at this point to have gotten to the guest room.
I will say this: it's really fun to do a session and have that movement speed come into play because we haven't used that before. It's really fun.
No, I don't normally.
We don't do maps, but this is fun.
Yeah. Okay.
You're a real firecracker, Stella, coming right after this scene. It's crazy.
You probably also get the glimpse as you kind of run around the corner. You kind of watch the dagger spin through this character as Della says, or not Della, as Stella says something about having any gunpowder. So you've watched the dagger fly through the creature. It's ran off incredibly quick. What do you do?
I didn't pack my guns. Didn't think it'd be appropriate for this kind of shindig. But I do reach into my coat across the back and pull out a decorated boomerang, which probably recognize is going to be kind of useless here, but I'm going to throw it anyways. A witch doctor gave me this, a bush wizard, on
Roll,
that one magical night. Maybe it'll work.
roll, throw to hit.
A magical bush wizard. boomerang.
Magical bush wizard boomerang.
No, that was a 93. There's no saving that.
He throws it with pride. It's not even that like it passes through the creature. It just smashes a lampshade on the other side of the room, completely missing.
I'm going to turn to Estelle and say, the problem of boomerangs is that they're more for wide open spaces. They don't do well with walls. They're wide, curving instruments of death.
Isn't the problem that they come back to you
Oh no, that's a bonus. You don't have to go pick it up yourself.
unless it hits you in the face?
Ah no, I'm great-handed it. No trouble. Anyways, you said gunpowder.
I don't know. I don't have any.
After smashing the lamp on the wall, I'm gonna. Are these oil lamps?
Probably.
It is, yes, it is an oil lamp.
Let's try that then.
Yeah.
I've used my movement and thrown something. I'm not sure what
So
the
that is
act-
technically your action, but there is oil everywhere now. And it now
excellent.
Would I have to
moves.
cast it? Just curious.
I
Or
don't
could it
know.
come with them?
I
Okay.
think it's
Maybe
something
we'll
I
roll.
I would say maybe I'd maybe have you roll a luck check. But Gray, your character is kind of in a situation. You are shocked. You are seeing. I think you're seeing red. Your character just sees this creature. You see it attacking someone. You've heard about this before. You have to do something. Your character chases after them.
Okay.
Just kind of it's not it's a you have hit autopilot mode, right?
Yeah, this is an animalistic response.
Animalistic response. You've hit autopilot mode. I'm going to have you roll an intelligence check as you run into this room seeing red.
Okay. That is another failure.
That is
Dang it.
another failure. Your character takes your sword. What is your fighting skill?
My sword fighting skill is 50%.
50. You take your sword, you run in front of both Estella and Bellamy, and you swing at the creature. It is too far away for you to make contact with, but the swing is still there. It is just kind of pure rage at this moment, as you kind of just follow it up with a wild swing, trying to strike at the creature. It's not a measured one. It's not controlled. It's just a wild string to try to hit it.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the creature. The creature has been arguably cornered. It knows it could try to make a run for the other door that you can see, but the creature knows it's been cornered. So rather than choosing to run, it turns. Um it sees Smokestack closest to it, wielding a sword, eyes kind of clouded over in fury, and lunges towards him. This room still's got quite a bit of oil. It's still kind of got oil covering the creature. Um, and I will let you pick. I'm gonna say you probably fight back. You are seeing red. You aren't still quite in control.
Yeah.
It has charged towards you though, and I have lost one of my dice. Oh, nope. Okay, we got it. Found my dice. Um, just okay. Let's give a roll here. And would you roll your fighting skill?
Yes. All right. That is a 16. So that's a hard success.
That is a hard success. Okay, the creature kind of as it lunges at you, and kind of you swing at it. The tendrils reach out to you as it tries to kind of grab and grapple you, and you just kind of slice them up, kind of cleanly through the air as the tendrils just kind of fall in front of you, preventing any of them from actually being able to reach you. And kind of a defensive swing as you take control. And as you manage to do so, um, now we move back to Favorian. It is your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna roll a luck check to see if I have any matches. If I do, I'll strike one and toss it in the oil. I don't think I pass.
You don't think you're trying to throw a match? It was luck check.
I'm trying to see if I have a match. I don't. I rolled just above my luck.
Okay. As you roll just above your luck. Yeah, you kind of reach into your pockets. You don't have a match at this time. There's kind of
Can I
oil scattered across the floor, a good bit of it on the creature, but you don't
can
have
I
any matches on you.
verbalize not having a match? Like, dang it, I don't have a match.
I think you would remember that Smokestack has a rope lighter on him.
And Bellamy's currently smoking a fat stogie.
Yeah, Bellamy does have a cigar. You could probably grab the cigar from. Actually, he does have a cigar. If you want to try to grab the cigar and see if that's enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
What am I rolling?
You're just gonna roll your throw skill. I'm gonna say he's standing right next to you. It's not
Oh,
too much
Jesus.
effort to grab it and just huck the cigar, kind of towards the general oil. I'm just
Oh,
gonna have
yeah.
this be a throw
Pass.
check. You passed.
Yeah, I
Okay.
have a throw still.
As you grab the cigar out of Bellamy's hand and just huck it at the oil that is carving the floor, it kind of lands into the oil. There's that little bit of a sizzle, and the fire almost immediately begins to start. Kind of starting to spread towards the creature, kind of starting to seal off the entrance. As the fire begins to spread, it is Bellamy's turn. Your cigar's been thrown, the oil is lit, your boomerang's on the opposite wall where there's fire. Um,
Brilliant. Oh no, me bush wizard boomerang. Uh,
Gone as quick as we introduced it.
gone as
I'm
quick as-
going to go out this door and come through here to get to the other side.
Okay.
Risking birds.
I
Uh,
gotta get me bush
yeah,
wizard
you should have
boomerang
you should
back.
have enough movement for that. Um, give me. I'm gonna have you give me a dex check. Basically, this is can you get the boomerang without stepping into the rapidly beginning to spread fire?
Yeah, okay. Oh boy, do I have great news. That is an extreme success with a roll of 11 uh, and a fifth of 13 on my dexterity.
Okay. Grabbing the boomerang and kind of taking a stance by the door, the fire begins to spread, and it has now kind of caught to the creature. As it's kind of rapidly spreading through this oil, we get to Smokestack. Smokestack is still seeing red, and as the room's kind of filling with smoke, and and their only focus is taking this creature down. Would you give me a fighting check?
Yes.
You gonna roll an intelligence check again?
No, the intelligence check was basically me seeing his character was seeing red. He'd kind of gone into a violent rage and in shock. His shock was to go for violence. The intelligence check was to see in that violence was he smart enough to use his lighter or something to start the
Oh, okay.
fire.
That makes sense.
That's what I was rolling
Uh,
for.
58. So that is a failure.
That is a failure. You swing your sword hard at the creature. It tries to grab you, and while you don't actually manage to land a hit on it, you kind of strike the sword into the ground. As it kind of sticks a little bit into the ground, you actually are still acting as a very effective wall, as the creature isn't able to grab you back, trying to escape from the fire that is now starting to spread onto it. And kind of as the sword strikes into it and the smoke kind of hits it, your head starts to clear. You start to kind of get out of the daze and you kind of realize what you were doing. Kind of taking back control of your character. You will have control of your character again on the next round.
Sounds good.
And I gotta roll one thing real quick. Ooh. Um, there is going to be a long-term thing that I will discuss with you that I think you will like.
Sounds good.
Okay. Um, that is just kind of random. As as this happens, the creature, realizing that it is cornered and that the fire is rapidly spreading and spreading onto it, it takes. Oh, okay. The fire starts to kind of boil. You can almost see the creature starting to boil a little bit from the fire that's covering it. Starting to panic and realizing that it is in a fairly precarious place. It lunges at Gray, the one threat. You do have control of your character again, so you can choose to kind of hold your ground and try to keep it where the fire is, or you can choose to dodge out of the way.
Smokestack's head is cleared, but he's no less angry.
Okay.
So I think he's gonna try and fight this, keep this thing cornered in place, even if it gets a hit on him.
Okay.
So let's do a fight back.
Okay.
That's a regular success on fight back.
Regular success on fighting back. Okay. What is your size?
Um, my size is 70.
Okay. As the creature reaches out to you, you swing your sword. Your sword passes through the creature. You do manage to keep the creature from progressing, but in the process, the creature pulls you inside of it.
Okay.
And you are fully engulfed within this now flaming creature. You yourself are not on fire. I'm going to clarify this. However, the acid that the creature is made of is not any better than the fire that's on the outside,
That's fair.
as you are now engulfed into this creature. It is now Favorian's turn. Well, Estella's turn.
Yeah, I don't know.
You can try to pull him out. You can just kind of offer suggestions. You can try to pull Smokestack
Yeah.
out. You can try to, I guess, further encourage the spread of
Yeah,
fire.
I'll try to get Smokestack out.
Okay.
What am I rolling?
You're going to roll a strength check.
Ooh. Actually, I passed.
Just ooh. That's how you can tell when
Hard,
someone's rolled good.
hard success.
hard success.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Versus it's yeah. Yeah. You grab this creature is insanely strong, but you grab and you pull the leverage and you get just enough leverage to kind of like as the acid kind of burns your hands a little bit, just pull Smokestack out of it. Kind of both of you stumbling back into the guest room in the process as you kind of free him from the creature. Um Coming back now to Bellamy.
Bellamy is going to look around for furniture. Is there a chair or something near here?
This is a bedroom. There's some sheets, there's a chair that's kind of vaguely within arm's reach of you.
I'm going to pick up a chair and shatter it to get a chair leg, and then try to smear it around in the burning oil to fashion myself a makeshift torch club.
It's a lot to try to do. I'm gonna let you attempt
Yes,
it though.
yes. I,
So
I, I, I should clarify. I'm fine with that taking. That's just my intention. However
yeah,
long it takes.
I'm going to say you can roll a strength check to kind of just shatter the chair and get this wooden leg and even try to light it on fire. I'm gonna have
You
you roll a luck
got it.
check after the strength check though. But roll the strength check
You,
first.
you got it, my friend. That is a 51, which is a regular success for me.
Okay. Shattering the fairly flimsy wooden chair, you kind of take the leg that's got just a bit of shattered, jagged wood at the top and stick it into the fire, trying to get it to light.
All right. Would you
Um,
like me to roll a luck?
Roll a luck check.
All right. Uh, let's see. Okay, so on the skill on the page, it doesn't have like a maximum or anything. It's just a chart of 1 to 99. And I rolled like normal stats at 75. Does my luck go down when I use it?
No, so luck mechanics. It is a normal threshold skill like anything else. You just roll to beat it, and
Okay.
same rules apply. However, we are playing with a optional rule that is actually an optional official rule, where you can spend your luck at any time at a rate of 1 luck point to reduce a roll.
Okay.
So if you rolled a 59 and it was like a 58 to pass, you can spend 2 luck
W-
points or
Okay.
or a luck point to knock it down. And there are ways to regain luck kind of per
Okay.
session. But you can spend your luck points at the end of every session. You recover luck.
That is a no-go for the luck check. Got a 96.
Okay. You're holding the branch then in the fire, but it hasn't lit yet.
Gotcha.
Okay. Um Back to Smokestack now. You got sucked into the creature, you got pulled out from the creature. You are of your own mind again. What do you do?
Okay, so quick justification for what I'm about to pull.
Okay.
Um, Smokestack is a backstreet brawler. Um,
Okay.
he's used to using all the dirty tricks available to get the upper hand in a fight. He's familiar with swords, but his main advantage in any given engagement is the fact that he knows the environment he's in and he knows how to twist it to his advantage. Having said that, a very classic maneuver for somebody in a street fight is to get something in your opponent's eyes. Having said
I
that, sand is not very common here in London,
I was a
but
little
you know
sad to
what
have pocket
is?
sand, but yeah, go for it.
Is pocket coal dust.
Okay. No, I can I actually I'm on board for the pocket coal dust. This is a
Yeah, I
canon thing.
agree.
I agree. Coal dust would be, and it's specifically because you work in the tunnels.
Yes.
Yeah, Moth is
Hmm.
stoked for this. I'm just gonna point that out right now.
Probably not.
um, give me, give me. I don't know what I want to have you roll for this.
It's brawling.
It's brawling. I'm going to count this as brawling. I am going to count
I
this as
agree.
brawling. It's a fighting
This
dirty trick,
is
but it's
no,
brawling.
this would be like improvised weapon type thing, which
Yeah.
gets them falling.
It's not a matter of accuracy for throwing. This is just grabbing a handful and throwing. And I'm going to count it as brawling to just kind of see how accurate you can kind of get towards it. And I think fighting brawling, given your character, would be the more appropriate role.
All
Um,
right. Somebody get ready to clip this. This is going to be good.
Clip the screen.
All right, here we go. What's up? Hard success.
Hard success. Okay. Oh, as the creature tries to wrap around you, kind of tendrils lunging out at you, you just throw a handful of pocket sand. Now, or pocket coal dust. And the thing about coal dust, the thing about any dust that is flammable in general, is that as it flies through the air and spreads, it becomes very much more flammable. And a good handful isn't like going to be incredibly explosive, but as you throw it, there is a noticeable whoosh as it ignites, kind of throwing right onto the slime of this creature. I am going to have you roll 2d6 plus 4 damage as this concussive blast kind of emanates through this creature. Because as the coal powder hits it, it kind of starts to go into it already on fire.
That's 13 damage total.
Okay, plus. Okay. As the coal ignites, kind of with a good bit of force, kind of pushing back as the coal ignites. If you've ever seen um, people light like non-dairy creamer on fire, there's a good bit of force. The fire kind of fills through the room, and you watch as the formless spawn is thrown kind of in pieces, kind of dissolving as it kind of splatters against the wall. The bigger chunk of the mass kind of just slouching into little more than a puddle on the ground of the now completely flaming guest bedroom. We are now out of combat. The formless
Pocket
spawn
sand.
has been slain,
Very good to
and
solve.
I
Nice one.
do now need to ask. There's a flaming room in front of you. What do you
Yeah.
do?
Uh,
I'm gonna put it. This is a wooden manor you are trapped in.
Without putting more oil on it, that's for one thing.
That's a good start. That's a good start right there.
Remind me, it's been a while since I took a fire safety course. Is oil fire the kind of thing you can smother, or is it the kind of thing if you cover it, it blows up?
You can't put water on it. That's what.
Oil
um,
fire, you don't put water on.
does
These ones you smother.
I
Oh,
am
you can.
going to say as a pass working in the pipes, as it were. Smokestack knows this.
Yes. I don't. You got to smother it. I would also say I would suggest that Bellamy knows this because he's in the Navy
Works
and
Oh,
on
that's probably
big
true. Yeah,
compact boats. Yeah.
yeah.
fire
Oh
on a
no,
boat
another
is pretty
orange
much.
bulb.
Sorry, this
Fi-
is gonna be a fire icon. Just let me make it
You're
small.
good. Fire on a boat is pretty much
Mhm.
instant
Death.
death.
Yeah.
Until
It is worth noting who has the lowest luck. I have just rolled a group luck check, which means this goes off the lowest luck.
Yeah, mine is a 70, I believe.
Mine is a 75.
I have 60.
You have 60. As the creature exploded, for good, just kind of just a little stroke of luck, is it did put out a good portion of the fire. So the oil fire is mostly contained to right about here. There is little bits of fire on the other parts of the room that are not necessarily oil fire. It's more like that tapestry is starting to burn a bit, that chair is starting to burn a bit, that bed's starting to burn a little bit. The oil fire, though, is right there.
What if we flip the bed on over top of the oil fire to smother it?
It's actually not a bad idea. The
Is
mattress.
does that what is that
Yeah.
what Acela says?
Yeah, because
Okay.
I can't live by myself.
Yeah.
Bellamy will nod, standing next to the bed, and he'll flip the mattress onto it.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay. Give me a strength check, both Bellamy and Smokestack, but you're gonna give it to me because you're working together. You're gonna give it to me with a bonus die. So roll the
I
d10s
Okay.
twice. What?
actually passed the strength check.
Oh, you can roll it too then. All three of you.
Uh,
I,
regular pass for me.
Regular
hard,
pass.
hard success.
Hard success. Wow. You guys just like yeet the mattress onto the fire, just very easily, just woof, and then quickly slam it down and start to just kind of smother the most of the fire. You kind of wait for a moment with that slight fear that the fire could kind of catch the mattress itself on fire, but it does seem with the heavy, expensive kind of woolen sheet that was on top of it does seem to actually smother the fire pretty efficiently. Now, I'm going to make a slight adjustment with your icons here, Vivorian, because you
No,
did
you're good.
lock the wrong door.
I wasn't sure if the
Is
other
those
one was
doors.
like a window or stairs, so
Okay.
I moved it.
The
but-
main fire now smothered. This is gone. There are still smaller fires. They aren't oil fires, but you do need some kind of water to kind of probably put them out and get them back in control. As you kind of start to rip down tapestries and kind of do what you can to contain the rest of the fire, what do you do? Like, is there anything in
Smokestack,
particular?
Smokestack goes, "Oh, don't worry, I got this," and pulls out his pocket hoot. No,
No, not
pulls out
Moonwater.
the ever the Everclear.
The Everclear just throws.
I want to head to the dining hall and grab some water jugs or something, whatever.
Do
it's
you
there.
know where the dining hall is?
Probably not.
Not in. Is there? These are bedrooms. Are there wash basins?
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, I'm gonna have.
Can I check?
I'm gonna have you roll a luck check. I'm
Can I
gonna.
check this guest room?
Yeah, I'll have Bellamy roll a luck check for the guest room you're in, and I'm gonna have Estella roll a luck
Pass.
check for the other room. Pass.
Yeah.
There,
Fail.
I grab.
there is a wash basin in that guest bedroom. In the room that Bellamy is in, there was a wash basin.
It's been
It has been knocked
destroyed.
over in the chaos, and the water's dumped on the floor.
I grab the jug.
Fair
and
enough.
Try to put out the fires.
Okay, with a good bit of effort and a few moments' time, the fires are contained. The creature is destroyed, and probably even using the basin to kind of grab some of the slightly acidic slime. You don't try to touch it too much. You can even use some of that, um, just to kind of get the room out. This room, though, as you kind of sit there, this room is now good and proper destroyed. There's a bed thrown on its side, singed and burned. There's caustic acidic slime covering most of the room. It is just an absolute trash mess. The bedroom's actually pretty okay, but this one is just destroyed. Devastated as the three of you stand in there.
Well,
All right.
not like Fenric needs it.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go make sure our little nephew friend out there isn't dying of shock or something. I'm gonna go
Yeah, it's a good idea.
peek in on him.
As you kind of walk and you find Ebenezer kind of slouched against this wall, he kind of looks up to you. What was that thing?
A formless blob, I'd reckon.
The spawn of Satan.
What is that?
Not the foggiest, mate. Not a damn clue.
Absolutely the spawn of Satan. From hell. Actual demon.
Well, there you have it.
I'm gonna go sit in the formal sitting lounge.
Oh, hold on just a minute. Let me take a little peeksy poo at your arms there.
Okay.
I'll look at the parts of him that are burned and see if I could administer a little bit of first aid.
Okay. He actually was not in the creature for very long. There's not necessarily a need to apply first aid. When he screamed, it was probably the moment the creature grabbed him. You reacted very quickly.
Hey,
Okay.
Ebenezer. Here, just brace yourself beforehand, but I think you need some stronger stuff. Here you go.
He
Just take a quick swig.
kind of takes a quick swig. Is it the Everclear?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. He takes a quick swig, kind of sits back upright as he hands it back to you. His nose assailed by basically what amounts to cleaning alcohol with mint, as discussed.
Pure ethanol.
Just kind of like sits back for a moment. Oh, that sure cleans the sinuses.
That's what I call a case of the vapors.
Kind of like shakes his head a little bit. As Bellamy is taking a look at his arms, would you give a roll?
Yes.
This is
For-
going to be a. I'm gonna have you use a spot hidden check on this.
Yeah. Oh boy, that's a 2.
That's a 2.
Spot
Okay.
hidden. Yeah, that's definitely an extreme
Ooh.
success.
Okay. While there isn't much on him, on his arm, very faintly on his right forearm, and I'm going to point this out, this is not something that was concealed, and it looks to be a fresh mark. there is a runic marking on his forearm. It's not one that he's had. This is something specifically from the creature. There's a mark on his forearm.
Oi, wizard man, come take a little peeky at this.
Oh, all right. Sounds good.
Give me an occult roll.
Hard success.
Hard success. As you look at the marking, it is a bad omen. It is from a category of marks that I think you called them your
Pap.
pap. These are the marks. You've seen this mark before. Your pap's seen this mark before. Whenever he saw a mark like this in the pipes, as it were, it's the kind of mark that you just don't go that way. If you're seeing this mark, it's probably already too late. This particular mark means sacrifice.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Ebenezer, we're gonna
Yes,
have you go hang out by Mac.
in the formal sitting room.
Yeah, stay real close to Mac. In fact, you're gonna want to be near somebody what can keep you safe. You've been marked as prey, as it were.
He kind of nods. Okay, I'll go there right now. Kind of quickly taking off down the tunnel. This sense of he's trying to stay alive now.
Survival
He's
instinct.
taking survival instinct. He's listening. This is something serious. He doesn't want to die. He's going to go without any question. Take off down that tunnel. Kind of through the door, leaving the three of you here to discuss what to do next.
First things first. Smokestack is going to immediately take off his coat and make sure he hasn't been marked, because he was
Okay.
inside the creature too.
I'm not going to have you make a roll to check. I am going to say that a very thorough search. You are clean.
All right.
Whether that has something to do with the runic markings, like all of the talismans you carry, you don't know, but you are not marked.
Bellamy is going to, before we do anything else, go back there and get the rest of the table legs, the chair legs, and he's going to get some probably cinched cloth, wrap it up, see if there's another wall lamp he can dip in oil just to have them ready.
Make some
And
torches?
idea.
yeah, basically make some torches. He's not going to light them yet, but get them prepped.
Yeah,
Actually, if we find another lamp, we could just bring the lamp with us.
That too, for sure.
I grab a lamp.
I'm
So
going to
we can-
say between these two bedrooms, you have enough to make 3 working torches and a lamp that is
Yeah,
undamaged.
I'm carrying a lamp. So
Okay.
I'll make sure we each have a torch there. Say, I don't know how handy these will be, but fire
if they
seems to
run
do
in-
the trick.
Yeah, if we run into another one of those things, I don't seem to much care for weapons.
Yeah, I noticed that.
All right.
actually, I probably also re-grab my knife that's in the wall.
Yeah, you pull out. You can grab your knife and put it fairly easily. It seems to be
Yeah.
rather undamaged.
Even if it is.
I will admit, I'm a little curious. What do you get up to that you need to carry around a knife like that?
Enough.
She's mysterious, this one, mate. I'd be wary of her.
Yeah, marking that down in my don't mess with book. Hold on a minute.
However, I must admit I can't help but be intrigued.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. Smokestack pulls out the journal that he stole from that one guy and like pretends to mark something down.
All right. Send
If
some
you
mark
must-
something down.
If you must know, there's been recent kidnappings of young single women.
Oh, that's a good
They're-
reason as any to carry a piece on you.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Well, I hadn't heard about any of that. That's right nasty.
Okay.
All right, where to next?
Well, I'm going to
Well-
mention this. It is 1:55 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
We have hit
Now-
kind of the end of the 2 hours.
GM, will you look at my message I just sent you?
I can do that. With the group, I did see the message. Which one are you referring to?
The one I last sent you.
Okay. Noted.
Okay. I think I will put a marker on Ebenezer.
Okay. Just so that we can keep track of that.
Yeah.
Okay. She's just asking if we should put a marker, like an actual marking mark on Ebenezer. The answer is yes. It is 2 o'clock. It is a good enough of a point to wrap up as any for this, unless everyone mutually wants to commit more time. But it is 2 a.m. for me. It's midnight for you guys.
How about a little flag?
You can just put a little flag on Ebenezer.
Or I could do a talk. Oh, actually, not that. How about just a little colored symbol?
This is something that we can probably discuss after we address the stream stuff too. We can
Yeah.
put some of the marker on him.
It's probably best if I head to bed at this point.
Okay. All right. Well, this is where we will wrap up this session then with everyone in the hall. I'm going to go ahead and end stream. If you guys wouldn't mind staying on just for a little bit to touch bases.
Yeah.
We are going to end the stream here. I do really appreciate everyone. This is kind of a address chat. I really appreciate my chat and just for being here. I had a lot of fun doing a tabletop session on stream. We will definitely be doing this again. We will probably be doing this weekly, from as long as everyone's schedule maintains the same for that. We may have a couple people join us. But I did have a lot of fun. I really enjoyed all of you joining me here, and I appreciate my chat for kind of sitting through this being a little bit different. I'm going to go ahead and set up a raid on my end. While I do so, if you want to address your chat, Gray, feel free to, because I appreciate them being
Yeah.
here as well.
Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for coming and being a part. It really means more than words could aptly even begin to capture. Your guys' support and continued admiration, regardless of whatever content I produce, is exactly what I'm trying to do here on Twitch. So thank you all so very much. I hope you had a very good time. I think we're going to raid Mr. Giggles.
Is he streaming?
He is.
I am going to join you in that raid then, because he was in our chat earlier, and I always like to be able to return the favor. How many eyes are in his name?
3.
3 eyes. He's playing Darksiders 3.
Indeed.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and do a raid of Mr. Giggles. And, yep, I'm getting that kind of queued up on my end right now.
I've got it queued up on my end. Thank you all so very, very much for coming. I love you all very much. Stay safe and peace out.
I love all of you as well from my stream. Good night, everyone. Hope you get the rest you need. Okay.
Yeah,
And we are good.
Okay.
I am also